I can have the wrong output selected. I hear you. Yeah, no, I'm sitting there messing with it. Nope. Swear to God. Huh? Oh no, I was going through a commercial. All right. All right. So let's turn that off. Hello, kind and gentle folk. Shocking, but I'm trying to get the sound to work. Okay. Desktop audio. Say something. Keep clucking over there. Hey, Hannibal. No, you gotta keep talking because I'm not seeing. I can't tell. Why are none of these working? Say it again. Oh, there you go.
Check.
It's default. It's none of the selections.
Okay.
Hey, Juan. Save. All right. Everyone can hear Henry? Everyone can hear me?
Check.
All right. Look at that. Woo-hoo-hoo. Howdy ho, kind and gentle folk. How are we doing today? All right.
Pretty good.
Oh, damn. I didn't load the brushes. Darn.
Darn.
Papooey.
Frizzle frazzle.
Oh, look. There's a ZPR. There's a ZPR. What's up with all those ZPRs?
I converted them to ZTLs. You should have ZTLs of them. But I think you downloaded those before I finished with Hippie.
Oh, I see. So I have to download more of these is what you're telling me?
I think so. You said it'd be fine.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Load tool. Is that lotus creature? That is. That's another one. You can do it. Oh, this is the 1.3 gigabyte file. Okay. Looks like a Monkey King. Load tool. We can do it. Oh wow, we got all kinds of wacky stuff going on here. Was that Mario? So this is Miko. There's our sun. Load tool. Sadly, you can't complain. Come now. Oh, we need to switch to the other chat, don't we?
Yep.
Darn it. Wait, where are we? Voice channel. Twitch streaming. General. We're going to go to general. Twitch streaming. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. And load tool. Raython. And then a load tool. Sweet baby, it has horns and a flame on its forehead. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119,
You can do it. Come on. Woohoo. All right. And now we just have 2 more, right? That I forgot? Or that
I think just one. Because you had the ZTL that I made from a ZPR of one of them. I think you just need hippie.
All right, let's... File requests. Pixologic. Hippie. Do I have Gab? Is that one? Do I have that?
You should, yeah. Gab Lotus Creature 24.
Oh, Gab, a Lotus Creature. Okay, okay. No, that does not go to NAS. Pulls, that goes to downloads. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so now we come in here. Downloads. That's CPR. There you go. Okay. And now let's go back here. We're going to take that and delete it just so I don't have a zillion billion files sitting on. So who's first?
So first, let's do Maru.
Maru. All right. And before we get going, any of you on YouTube, if you don't mind hitting subscribe, if you like what you're seeing, hit like. It's really good for our demographics, and it's important to us that you do so. And if you have any questions, put it in the comments below, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer it. We'll do something to it. All right, here we go. Let's turn that off. And let's see what we... Holy Hannah. Very nice. Is Maru here?
I don't think so.
Okay. The wings are nice and membrane-y. Interesting stuff going on. Is the thing holding straight down? It is. That's good. Oh, excuse me. All right, so let's get into it. First. So once again, if this is for a rendering, fine. If it's for something that you're going to 3D print or bring out of the computer, I would say tone some of your texturing down, because it just becomes too much for the eye to look at, and it'll just sort of distract. I would say even if it is just for a rendering, when you're doing your texturing, come back in and see, like on the forearm here or something, find some places that are calm. And all I mean by that is, if everything has the same texture, it just becomes chatter. It's just noise. And so you want to come in and just kind of, like on the highlights here and stuff, just kind of smooth some of that texture off. And then you're accenting your highlights and lowlights as well. It just gets too much for the eye to look at. For rendering, that may not be true, so do what you need to do for rendering. But if you plan to get the model out of the computer, that's a really big deal. Texturing for rendering and texturing for printing are very different things. I mean, your anatomy looks great. The expression looks really nice. Hold on, let's just go to him. But I would say here again, your texturing has come back and softened this up to the point that, you know, the face looks like it's, you know, out of stone. That may be what you're looking for. It's pretty low res right now, so obviously you're not heading for, you know, really dramatic detail on this. You know, it's obvious, and you could argue that this is sort of pointed down in a way, so you're not really hunting for detail here. But even just coming back in and getting rid of some of that texture, you can see how that's just defined the face a lot more, and all I've done is just tap your texture off a little. So just think about overusing texture. And like I said, all of the things that I tell you are really much more about printing, not necessarily rendering. So you're like, oh, well, that really helps in rendering. Fine, don't listen to me. But I would say even in a rendered model, if you're texturing out your detail, I think that I don't see how that can be good for you. You know, just by coming in and touching this up, things will get some of that sharpness back, because, you know, our texture, our skin, everything isn't just like this homogenized sandpaper, right? You know, there's lots on a microscopic level, sure, but on a visual level, it just doesn't work that way. So I would say be careful with that. And, you know, you can come back and just by tapping these over, you know, you change how they work, you change how they see, it's visual contrast, and that makes things more interesting. Outside the leg, I'd say that you probably want something, see how it's coming out, which means this underside would probably be hanging over a little more. Have these transitions be a little bit more transitional. And that becomes more believable. And you're usually going to get kind of a curve up pinch where the knee intersects. It's not just a straight pinch. Right? You might get this going, but here you're probably going to get fabric pinching up, and then the fabric that is pinching in between those. So often you're going to get something that looks a little bit more like that in a joint. Boop. Right, because the fabric is pinching. So think about that intersection a little bit more. I'm not saying that's right, what I've done, but I'm just trying to give you the, you know, what happens when this is pinching in. And I would just say pinch your leg and look at your, you know, the joints and see what it does. Because you're, that's a little far down, obviously, but it's not just going to be a straight fold up there. You're going to get some fabric pinching in that intersection. So I would suggest looking at your leg, you know, getting a pair of pants, looking at your leg and seeing what it does. And it's going to be something a little bit more like that. Right, you're going to get that pinch in there. Your back anatomies, good. On these intersections, I wouldn't, you can tell you took whatever your brush was and kind of went like this, and see how you're getting like that pinch there. You want these to appear as if they're going in. So come in, define your skin level, right? This is what's happening on your back. And I'm making this a simple plane so it's readable. Once again, don't take this as this is what the anatomy is doing. This is what I want you to think about your intersections doing, though. So, you know, you get your back in there and then come back over and pull that in. And now the fabric of the pant is sitting on top of the back. It's not cutting into the back. And you can use slide to give yourself sort of that fold. Or, but see from back here, this is now, right, it's not cutting back in. This is here and this is sitting on top of it, as opposed to this, where now you've cut the back. Instead of it doing this, it's doing this, and the body doesn't do that. So watch your intersections with your fabric, right? It's not just a line cut in. It is a material sitting on top of that surface. And that makes a big difference. Let's look at what we got here. All right, fair enough. You can't see it because you threw a belt on there, but still. Once again here, I think you probably get a little bit more pinching in that joint. On your legs, once again, I think you texture out your detail a little much. I would approach that hair sort of, here, let's find a flat place. I'm just going to go to the bottom here. When you're thinking about hair, I usually just tend to try to get the rhythm of what's in front and what's behind and just kind of go at it and get these little, because hair sort of is plaits. So it's like little layers that one's going over the other, one's coming under. It's almost like hairy fish scales, except, you know, this could be coming down and around. You know, these could be much longer, but they don't really cross over each other. You know, you get these little plaits of hair where the longer hair is underneath and it kind of piles on, right? So get these defined and then come back in and do this. But you can see that if I do this and I get this sorted out nicely and I come in and I get my layers sort of where I want them and my hair sort of looks like hair and I'm really happy with it. And then if I just come back in and throw texture over it, I lose all of that. Turn the lazy mouse off. Draw size down.
What course would you suggest for figure sculpting in ZBrush?
Ooh, there are a lot of them. If you can get into Steve Lord's class about human anatomy or about anatomy, I think that even if it's one of his animal courses, if Steve's still teaching, I really suggest Steve. Now, if you're talking about character work, I think Shane's classes are great. Shane Olson's classes. Ryan has that guy over there who does good anatomy at Vertex. It depends what kind of work you want to do, like photorealistic or character or. Your rocks are pretty good. Another rock texture I strongly suggest, and this kind of, you're getting there. Crumple works really well. It allows you to get really good rhythm. Where is it? it allows you to get some really nice sort of texturing, and obviously the bigger you make your brush, the more dramatic it can get. Just something to think about. It gives you these sort of sharper edges. Because your rocks look good. I don't know what this like halfy lump round thing is. It's not a very natural occurring form. You know, you can see how just squaring that up a touch kind of helps it a little. And that gives you sort of striations and stuff. Your wings are good. Once again, my only issue with any of it is you're texturing out your detail. Like you have some really lovely sculpting going on. I think your texture is a little too big. It takes over everything. But other than that, that looks awesome. It really does. It looks good. I like it. Oh man, why do I always like get all yawny right about now?
It's the beginning stream yawns.
It is. It's
You're not nervous yet.
So you're implying I get nervous during these?
No one has asked you to sculpt a hand yet, so you're not freaking out inside.
Thumbs. Mittens are really easy to sculpt. I don't know what you're on about. All right. Anybody have any questions about where we're at? No? All right. Then who's next?
Raython.
Do we know which one that is?
It's going to be a shoulder pad.
Raython. I thought, well, never mind. It's not what I heard. It's this one. Is he here? He should be.
In chat.
Oh, nice. Much more interesting.
Yeah. So we've got pictures of this print.
And so, Raython, off stream, I want to talk to you about something.
Ooh, scary.
About an issue you think you're having. Which I don't agree you have, but that's okay. So where's the picture?
Hold on. They're somewhere. They were posted like last week. Maybe I'll just upload them all again. In general, I'm just going to drop them all in again.
Okay. Hey, who has Party Frog? I really need Turbo so I can use all the icons we made. See, Party Frog. I thought it kind of looked like a frog with a glow-in-the-dark shark fin more than a little party hat, but I get it. It's behind the eye hump. Am I in the right thing? General?
No, go to off topic.
Boop. Okay. So, looking at the print, I am thinking, is that Formlabs Gray?
Yeah, I printed that. I for him actually.
Okay. Okay. So I think that if you did something like this, I would argue that your cheekbones, you actually used very little depth in your guy here. It's deep, but all the details in that first third. So what I would probably do is mushy masking. No mushy masking. Mm. Mm. I think that if you and Henry, we should reprint this just to see if this makes a viable difference.
Yeah, I asked him to send me the model so I could print it because when he did those big cutouts between the top and the actual armor plate just get filled in with resin. I think that space is just a little too much for the resolution we're printing at. And I wanted to see if my Form 3 could do it any better than his printer, and it couldn't. It looked almost identical. And then I took pictures of it with my microscope to see, how far down those grooves really went.
Like the eye holes and stuff?
Yeah, the eyes holes, the nostrils.
See, I think I would probably throw extra facets on these guys. Oh, Smooth Stronger is not on yet. And I'm just being melodramatic here. Obviously, well, a little bit more consideration in some of this, but I would change up these layers just a touch, just so everything's not on the same layer. And like I said, I'll play with it a little bit more and then we can test it. But you're still kind of thinking of these things as flat objects. I mean, you made it deep and you cut some grooves in it, but the grooves aren't really dimensional. They're still just sort of drawn on. And I don't want you drawing on things. I'd rather see you sculpting on them. So think about them. And we have some weird intersections because I just jammed at this, but SK trim, boop, 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 boop. See, like instead of putting a line there, if you put a facet there, it's going to read as a detail, if that makes sense. Right, instead of just cutting holes in a flat surface, give it a plane, a little bit of scoop, and now they're much more dynamic surfaces. And then you can come in. What's going on there? but where those linear detail are actually transitions in height, not just a cut in. So yeah, what I'll do is I will remind me, Henry, to do this. And let me resculpt this with these layers a little bit more well thought out than what I'm doing right now. And then I'll print it. I'll probably print it in the purple, because that'll at least show us our detail pretty well. The purple's a really good modeling material.
Yeah, it prints beautifully.
Yeah, it really does. And if you start breaking those things up in lines and layers, do you see how much deeper that is and just how much more reflective opportunities it has? Oh, I didn't duplicate it. Ah, con! Duplicate. Back to the front with you. The gray screen await. Right. Where I literally can get rid of all of that. And I don't think you're going to see one bit of difference here. Let's hide this. Come on, rotate back. There we go. Do you see any difference in your sculpturally? That. That. To that. That's the original. That's after I cut it off. That's how deep your sculpt is. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you're going to take that thickness, do something with it, so you have transitional spaces in different reflective things, and it's casting shadows at different points, and the whole eyebrow would be casting shadows down onto the snout. And you just want to use your space more dynamically. And even in these tiny little flat things, it'll give you a much more dynamic surface. But we'll print it out, and I will, and I'll show you, and then we can, we'll bring it next week, and we'll show everybody next week too how it translates into print. But does that make sense, Rath? Are you there?
Is your chat not updating?
No. Oh, Twitch is this. Yeah, I'm still at good morning, Tomas. So.
4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, I see, thank you, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, cool. And like I said, Henry will remind me, and I'll print it, and we'll look at it. I like the new material. I like that new modeling material. It only prints at 50 microns, though, sadly. No, the model material prints at 25, but it's in all the images, it sort of has this red clay finish, and it's a little bit wider, so you're not getting a lot of the shadow play off of it, sadly. If it was just a little bit more heavily pigmented, I think it would work a little better. We're still working on those perfect modeling. I might add some pigment to this one and see if I can get it to be less white. And I think model will be a very good modeling pigment.
I saw a video today on YouTube of a guy who mixed in a bunch of different mica powders into a clear resin to print. And it worked so much better than I thought it was gonna.
Yeah, it should. It's just whether, you know, what happened, because like Envision Tech used to make a material called photo silver, and I think it was the best of all the modeling, you know, non-burnout, right? Of all the modeling resins we've ever used, I think photo silver was the best, and they stopped making it. They made something else. I guess it was hard on the machines or something because it had like ceramic powder in it. But it was awesome. Hold on, let's see.
Scratchy.
Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I keep forgetting. Let's see if we can. Are they saying they still have it? Or they still make it? But see what a nice, clean, just, it's really a beautiful reflective surface. It takes, it's super high res. You can tool it. So are they implying that they still make that? I thought they stopped making it. But look at how clean and sharp everything is. It's super nice. And it's hard as shmoo. It's hard as shmoo.
Looks good.
I was just wondering if they... Does it tell us if we can... See, I think they... I don't think they sell it anymore for some reason. Oh, yeah, I guess they do. Interesting. It's hard to find otherwise, but it's a great resin. Okay.
Is an expensive resin.
How much is it?
515 USD for kilo.
So that would be, how many liters is a kilo?
I mean, that's a liquid versus a weight. I think we'd have to know the specific gravity of the resin to figure that out.
Then why would he sell it that way? Because he's that way. Okay. Next.
Next, we have Sysmon.
Sysmon. All right. Okay. I think your head's too small. Let's get lazy and zoomy out here. Control 1. Yes, that worked. We want line. I want to rotate this around. And we want tick distance, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's bring these little suckers in. That's 8. Is there a tick under my thingy there? Yes. Okay, so that. I wish these colors were different colors so I could actually see something. Alright, we need to do this. No. Okay, stop. You go away. Can't move around with. Get the head up to the line. Turn this back on. Rotate this back around. There's my first line. Is that my first line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to stretch you out. Did you move my line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's really annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I not just do this? Oh, see, it's shrinking at the top too. Where's my center point? Okay, there it is. Okay, that's annoying, Lazy Nazumi. You're starting to piss me off a little. We'll do this. We'll go from the center, right? And we'll do 4. And a half. Interesting. I love it when things don't work how you want them to. Here, we'll do it this way. Let's just make one of these ticks the size of your head. One. Oh, you're killing me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, see, you're over 9 head lengths. So your head's too small. But I mean, your muscles look good. Your anatomy and the armpits look good. I would probably say that they're actually not too bad. Your shoulders might be out a little too much, like the bone structure. Let's sword saw. So the things I would look at. Where's the little control thing for that? Oh my god. Really? Enable control bar, there you are. Things I would look at is length of your clavicle and where that leads to the shoulder bone actually happening. So just make sure that when you get your rib cage in here, that your shoulder bones aren't too out. You're actually closer than it looked like you were. But just make sure that these are in here, right? I understand you want to bulk out, but that doesn't actually change the distance, right? Just because you bulk all this muscle up, it doesn't make your clavicle longer, and it doesn't make your shoulder blade come out farther. That's why people who are buff can't touch the arms, because they literally jammed meat into those joints. That's why you can't touch your head, because you literally jammed meat in there. And I know visually you want to make it where there's room in those armpits, but what happens when you get super bulky there, you literally can't like stick your hands in your pockets and stuff. So it's I would say your shoulder spreads just a tiny too wide, your head's too small, and there's something going on with the hips. I think that you've pinched your butt so much that you're getting like just a swoop here, where these glutes are going to come out just a touch, and you're going to get a little bit of shape in there, right? This isn't just a swoop. So I think that this muscle, to make him look like he was clenching, you kind of got rid of this muscle group. And you can see by just putting a little bit there, it changes the silhouette of that waist a ton. And so I think that if you get that glute in, that's going to resolve that look here. That's just making it look like a swoop. And it's probably just a touch lower at its peak, but something in that vein. And then if he's this bulked out, these muscles are going to be just a touch bigger. So you're not going to just, once again, you're not just going to get a huge scoop in there. It's going to be a slightly more gentle step transition here, where these muscles are interacting a little bit more out into the body a touch. But, right, because see, now that looks like it's been bulked out, where here this looks like you haven't developed these muscles, you just have this huge lat. So add those, don't lose your glutes. I mean, the anatomy's tight, it looks really good. The tension in your pecs and stuff, you know, they're nice. He looks great. Your calves are good. Got those bodybuilder calves. For some reason, bodybuilders miss this muscle. And I would just say, be careful that all of these look like they're just pillowy. Make sure you figure out which ones are diving behind the others, and just knock one edge of these down to give directionality of that undercut. Right, if that's cutting back and under, have it cut back and under. Have that cut back and under. Right, you know, just instead of them being V's, make them a bit more intersecting. And I know when you're this bulked out, they do become pillowy, but you still have things that are going, like these aren't muscles that are all just sitting side by side and pillowing. This one's bulking and coming over. This one's bulking and coming out. So those intersections do come and meet. You know, it's still doing something like this. It's not doing this. And I know that you're like, oh, well, that's the same, but it's really not. And you can definitely tell. See, look at your, and see, this is that bodybuilder thing, but like if you're this bulked out, I would assume that a couple of these muscles that you're sort of in, it's hard to say because I don't know too much about bodybuilding, but I know from cycling, this muscle right here actually gets bigger. And there's this muscle that just becomes this pickle right here. And I would just say get some more muscle into the lower leg. Because bodybuilders all get this weird chicken leg thing because they never want to pull on their calves. All they do is squat, and it just makes these really high, weird calf muscles. It's bizarro. And if you're doing, I mean, obviously you're doing a bodybuilder thing, but look at a cyclist's legs and look at the lower legs because we develop much different, bulkier muscles in the calves, and it makes your calves not look so chicken leggy. Chicken leg calves are always good humor. And I would say you probably want to raise this arch just a touch, just so he doesn't have super flat feet. I'd say that's a little deep. He looks great. Symmetry on. That, and I think that just increasing his head size a touch helps. Yeah, it just has, his head's just too darn small. You got a little pin head. Nope, it looks marvelous. It looks great. Like I said, just a handful of those little touch-ups, and I think he'll be absolutely amazing. Awesome. 2 thumbs up, my friend. Looks great. Any questions?
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. One day I'll show you my calves. I'm fat and old and I still have some outrageous calves. The funny thing, like from cycling, the muscle that you just don't see on bodybuilders is it's that pickle muscle on the outside edge, like this thing out here. It just looks like someone put a dill pickle on your leg. And then this crossover muscle, oops. I mean, this is still huge on me, this one that crosses over. And you just, like when you, bodybuilders just don't develop their calves. Like their lower legs are not cycling legs. Because they're just squatting and stuff. And when you cycle, you pull on your pedals and you develop some really weird muscle. Like I have a really, really weird thing where my ankle, right, see the proportion there? My ankle is like half of my foot because I've pulled on this and this is developed into such just, it's all tendon width, but my ankles are huge from the side. It's hysterical. It's purely from pulling on your pedals. All right. Who was next?
Cena.
Cena. Oh, crap. I didn't load the brushes.
Just drop them in your, like make a new folder in brushes instead of dragging them into startup, and then you can hit them from Lightbox. But there is also a ZTL too.
Okay, so hold on. We need to go to. I assumed I downloaded them, didn't I? Yeah. Boom. Boom. This PC. Bum, bum. User. Pub. Oh, no. That's completely the wrong place. Files. Pixologic. ZBrush. Brushes. New folder. Look at that. Cena now actually has a folder in my brush palette. All right, and there is a ZTL. What is it? Do we know? Oh, there it is.
Sweet baby.
What a sweet baby. Okay. And so now we're going to come in here. We are going to go into brushes. Cena should have a folder. Look at that. Okay. Right on. He's got a flat head. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of all that. Don't give him a flat head. Looks pretty darn good. The jaw might just be a little wacky, but that's, you know, it's all creature stuff, so who's to say? Ears are great. Horn looks good. Forehead. That looks awesome. I think your upper eyelids are a little thin. Give that a little bit more meat. When you're doing eyes like this and you actually have a separate eyeball, don't cut the eyeballs up and in. See how you've cut that in, but you already have the eyeball? Because you're predetermining your thicknesses on a lot of this stuff. Where if you... let's smooth that back up and in. And I know I just wiped out all your detail. But that's okay. We'll go right back to it. Trim dynamic. Let's knock that out. And if you need it later, you can use the eyeball as a cutter and boolean it out. But I would probably recommend not doing that yet. And I'll show you why. Flip. And now let us go back to the beginning. Boop. We are going to mark you as our history state. Let's come all the way back out here. Got to turn symmetry off. Turn my history brush on. Smooth that back out again. And we'll just creep up on it again. because by cutting that back and in, you keep winding up with some fairly thin eye meat. And what's nice about this, if you keep your thickness and you turn this into just a flat plane that's traveling along this, where you give yourself a little bit of thickness and then you're kind of cutting this back in, so your eyelid, instead of cutting back and in, is a flat plane back. When you're, where are eyeballs? Right, where you were getting thin here, all you have to do is come back out, move elastic, get a little big, and just creep this out. And you can see that you can then pull this out and make it sort of as dramatic as if you want. Let's say you want it to accentuate that it sort of had eyelashes or something. This is often a way to do it. You just make that eyelid thicker as you pull it out. And so then you're never ever getting that cut back, right? You can make this really dramatic, and you know, you could pull it all the way out to here. And like if you really wanted feminine eyelashes, this is a way to do it. If you're like, a lot of modelers will do this, or miniature people will do this, you know, because they're trying to get that line there. And so don't trap yourself into what you think it's going to be beforehand. If you don't cut that all the way back and in, because there's no need for that to be cut all the way back and in. If you get to the point where you like it, then you have to have it hollow for some, let's say because of the rendering they can't intersect or something, use the eyeball to boolean it. Don't go back in, because the other thing that does is give you a bunch of weird funky geometry back there. So I find that just doing a simple scoop and then just coming in, picking your eyelid thickness here, and now you can really dictate what the eye looks like, right? You can change the shape of the eye and then, you know, come back in here and pull that out. And now you're not stuck with that substructure you have back up in there. You know, you only have that eyelid thickness, and you start to move it around, and then it's a gaping hole, and then it's not a hole, and it's just a lot easier to just scoop the eye out just a little and just make sure your eyelid just goes straight back, and then you can really dictate what you do with the eyes. Sorry, I mangled your eyes. Here, we can go all the way back. Right, but see how anemic your eyelid is there? And you already have an airspace behind it. Look, right there. Right? So just you don't have to cut that huge cavity in the skull for this. Just get your eyelid, and then that way you can sit there and futz with it. And instead of having that gap, you have a nice clean line that intersects well, and you don't have to futz with it. No, it looks great. So what are your questions about your brushes?
He just wants you to test them. So the one brush is a normal brush. The crown ones are crown molding profiles that
Right.
you would, I believe, extrude or...
Yeah, you snap it to the line. We were trying to do this the other day. Let me take your brush and let me experiment. We'll talk about it next week, because me trying to demo this, me and Eric both tried to work. It wasn't with your brush. Lots of people are asking about this right now because it's actually a wonderful, cool feature. But it's squirrely. So before I sit here and squirrely jerk with it around, let me and Eric see if we can come up with a nice demo for it and get it to work smoothly. So let me deal with that loft brush next week. Is that okay? Eric. So Eric, because this is the same process we were doing, correct? Where you take the silhouette, right? He has this silhouette, and you can attach the silhouette to the curve again. I don't want to go through it here, but that's, can we futz with this silhouette and play with it, get it to hit along the line? You know what I mean? Like we were trying to do with the physical shapes, but you can do it with silhouettes too. I just trying to futz with it online, and it's just never going to work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll sort that demo out for you, and we'll have it for you next week. Because to watch two people who between us have, well, probably at least 32 years of ZBrushing between us, and to watch us circle jerk with these curves, it's tragic. It really is. We have tried so many times, and you get it to work, and then you go to demo it, and it doesn't work, and you're just like, oh! So we'll make sure that demo works before I try to demo it. That's common lexicon nowadays. It doesn't mean what it used to mean in the 80s. How long have I been sculpting? 40. I've been making money off sculpture for about 43 years. Well, so 77 was the first year I made money off of sculpture. So 77, 87, 97, 2007, 17. Yeah, so 40 something years I've been making money off sculpture. So a little while. ZBrush I've been doing about 16, 17 years, something like that. Would you be able to use ZBrush to draw a car? Yeah. Yes, without a doubt. Yeah, I wasn't too much older than that. Yeah, I don't think I have Tomas the Tank here.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah. But, oh, you know where it is. Instagram.
Do you remember the first piece that you sold?
Well, it was a series of pieces, so I don't know the exact one, but yeah, I know what they were. So there was a little like art, like a weekend sort of, where there were a bunch of little shops by this lake, and every other weekend, I think it was, they had like an art fair, and the restaurants would bring their stuff out, and you'd have like booths. Like there was this really fantastic Italian deli that was right there. So instead of going to the deli, they'd pre-make sandwiches and bring them out, and artists had tables, and you know, it was just sort of like a art fair on these. There's a lake in Reston, Virginia that has these big steps, and it's a big sort of thing. And I had made. So our friend had baby jars. She had tons. She had like 4 kids. And she had all these baby jars, and it was, I go through this every time, don't I? It wasn't Duplo. It started with an F. It wasn't Fimo. It was, remember I showed you this, Henry, do you remember this stuff? The Italian plasticine clay.
Yeah, I recall this subject coming up quite a few times, but
And I can never remember it. So it was, you know, it never hardened, right? It was just an oil-based plasticine. And it was really bright colors. And it came in red, yellow, blue, brown, black, white. Maybe that was it. And they came in like little bars like this, and it was one package, and you got one of each color. But they blended really well. And so I made a bunch of little Star Wars guys. And then when Alien came out, I made a bunch of little aliens guys. So I made like little snow globes. And then that way, the things that didn't harden, you know, they'd sit in the water. And like in the alien ones, I put sand. So it was like, it's like, I can't see. So they were science fiction little clay guys in baby jars. And I killed it. I mean, 78, I think, 77, 78, I was making anywhere between $90 and $200 a weekend for what, you know, 10-year-old kid. I was killing it. Yeah. It wasn't, no, Duplo's the epoxy putty. Why can I never remember the name of that stuff? No. It was... Oh my God, we do this every time.
Roma?
No.
Das?
Color Plasticine Italy. No. Okay, it's one of these things. It's like, it came in these little blocks. I think it was this company. Pongo. That's what it was called. But see, it used to come in like these little square blocks. And it never hardens. And it blends really well. Giotto. Yep, that's it. Pongo. Hold on. Pongo cards. It's so funny that they don't make it like this anymore. But see, you really can get, the colors are beautiful and they blended really well. And then when they came out with Sculpey, I was super stoked. And then they came out with Super Sculpey, and that was even more awesome. And Fimo was cool, but it was too hard to work with. Okay. Oh, tank, car. Sorry, totally distracted there. I'm easily distracted, guys. Come on. There it is. I mean, that was built 100% in ZBrush. Tomas the Tank. Yeah. We're making t-shirts. So, I mean, in all those tank treads, you know, I built each one individually. It's ridiculous. But yeah. So you can do nice, clean, beautiful hard surface images in ZBrush easily. Sorry.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Muhammad.
Mohammed, this one.
Yep, and there's also a JPEG, which I believe is a reference image.
Yeah, let's... Right on. It looks great. I think that you got a little, hold on, where's our little guy again? I think your hair got a little squirrely and organic, and your eyelids aren't quite as droopy. So I think your eyelids sort of should be facing the other direction. And I mean, I'm not matching it to your drawing real quick. I'm just, see what I mean though? You're in the drawing, the eyelids do that. So I think that you need, you know, that, because otherwise he sort of looks more open-eyed and surprised. Right here, look. See, the eyelids are doing this as opposed to that S curve down. So go back and futz with your eye shape again. And you have such a nice characterize or caricature. The caricature is nice, plain, and simple. And then you kind of, I feel like you got a little lost with the hair in the sense of you were just like, all right, so I got the outlines and this and that. But sort of how you blocked out your face, do that with the hair in the sense of before you start trying to put hairlines in it and all that, figure out what the shapes are. Why is that so soft? No, because you have dynamic on. Okay. Whoa. Break these up into shapes, sort of like your hair is in the graphic. And think of them as forms first. Because you got real snaky and squirrely with the hair. And if we look at the hair here, it's a lot more blocky, nice big block shapes, right? You got a scoop, that's like one form, that's one form, there's a little C there. So come back in and just make sure that, you know, these are nice, big, flat forms that tie to your illustration first. And once you get your shapes right, you can then come in and give it that like little step. But I just think the hair is a little bit more caricaturized than what you did. I think you went in the other direction and started to get squirrely and snake hooky, and you were on dynamic and stuff. Keep these nice simple blocks. Keep what's in front. Have a crease. We'll make sure that's coming from behind, that's in front, right? And just break it up into shapes first. And I think that's going to let you control what's happening with the hair a little better. And it'll stay a little bit more in character with the caricature. Goodness gracious. Bad talking day. And I'm obviously not looking at your actual hair. But right, keep it simple, get your forms in place, get everything going, and I think you're going to wind up with better stuff there. The other thing is, you know, you have this nice caricature, but you also have some like over accentuated fleshiness. I think that you probably want to keep your textures. Ooh, that's not clay tubes. Nice, clean, and sharp to begin with, especially in a caricature that has these sharp features. That's way too much. Make sure you just keep everything clean to begin with. Keep them as planes. Keep them nice and sharp. It's going to let you really direct what's happening, and thinking of it as a caricature, an animated object, a drawing, and then you can come back in and knock that stuff off, but it keeps you from getting too fleshy, right? Because I think that these eyes and some of these folds in the eyelids and stuff are just a little bit too fleshy as opposed to the caricature. You know, think of these things as nice, clean, sharp planes. And that's going back behind that. So that's a nice, sharp plane. That's the shape of your eye. Eye bag. Top of your cheekbone. And the lip. Oops. And you can see you can get to the same place roughly, but you're telling a slightly more stylized story. If you're thinking about it in actual planes. And then you can come in, smooth that out, and accentuate whatever you want. You know, it can go back to being very soft, but your planes are in the right place. So it looks a little bit more like a caricature. And once again, see how I definitely have the eyelid is going under this, and that's going under, or these are going, this is going over those two things. And so instead of getting this drawn in detail or where it's a V, you're really starting to define things where it's planes meeting, and that's a really important thing to grasp. Because like I said, you can soften all this out, but you see the story is still that's going behind that, that's going behind that, da da da. So really work on your planes. Get your eyes the right shape so they're droopy instead of open, and make your hair more simple. But other than that, it looks great.
I'm going to ask a question from chat. It's not necessarily related, but I'm a creative person and I'm thinking of becoming a 3D VFX artist. Can I have a good career?
Well, you can. Is Eric here? Eric actually had a living as a VFX artist. Well, sure, of course you can. You know, but remember that when you get into the industry, it's no longer about you being creative. It's about you having the technical ability to give them what they want. You know what I mean? It's not the industry and games and all of that. They're team. It's 100% team work, right? And you know, the first year you are on a job, you might be the sculpt or the fork sculptor, right? Let's say you're on Toy Story and all of a sudden they have a kitchen scene. Well, someone has to model all those forks. Well, you know, for the first couple of years, you might be fork modeling, or in the film industry, the physical sculpting we did, lots of rocks. And yeah, you get on a thing like Batman and you're sculpting all kinds of cool stuff, but there are a lot of rocks to be sculpted in the film industry. So you just have to, one, understand what the job is and make sure that's the job you want. And two, you have to be really darn good. Because there aren't a lot of those jobs out there and everybody wants them. So, really figure out what you want to do and focus on it. And sure, you can do it and you can have a perfectly great life. There are tons of people who are working in the industries that are fulfilled, happy, have 2 houses, are killing it, woohoo. But just remember that 90% of the time has nothing to do with your art. It's your craft. And that's a big difference. And I know a lot of people who, in the physical sculpting side of the industry, get really tied up in this is my art, as opposed to this is my craft. And as long as you can separate that in your head, and you're okay being a spoon sculptor for, a couple of years, then yeah, you could kill it. But it's a lot of practice, and it's just, it's a lot of hard work to get to the point where you can actually work in the industries. Now, there's tons of people who need VFX stuff. If you want to do VXF for people who are doing YouTube videos or something like that, that's having a VXF career that, you could be perfectly satisfied with. It just all depends on what you want and how hard it is to get that as a career. Did that?
Yep, that was good.
Okay. It says we missed chat, or did you already get to that? Please read my...
That's the one I just read.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the thing is that these are huge projects. Like if you're actually playing, like I said, there are tons of people who need titles and things like that for, especially now in the YouTube world and TikTok world and social media stuff. I'm sure you could find an incredibly great career just doing intros for YouTube videos. I mean, that's a VFX career. But when someone asks me that, I'm assuming you're asking about getting into the industry and like working on commercials or film or TV or something like that. And the industry is a huge collaborative process that has almost nothing to do with your creativity. Most of it has to do with your capacity to accomplish craft tests, right? It's like, oh, can you get this to work? It's not, oh, can you come up with the Millennium Falcon? It's going to be, here, you get to make rotating A's for 6 weeks, but you can get paid really well to do that. So it depends on what you're looking for out of a career and what you want to do and what you're willing to do. But it's a lot of work because, once again, everybody wants those jobs, so you better be good at it. Yeah, Steve Lord's awesome. I went to school with Steve. He's a badass. Okay. Who's next?
Gab.
Do we know
Lotus Creature 24.
That was the first one, wasn't it? Is that it? Yep. Okay. Now, first thing, your breasts are a little bizarro. If it's fabric, remember, you know, there's weight in here. And so either the fabric is coming down off the bulk of the breast and filling in, but your breasts are like kind of squished and pinched, but they're defying gravity as well. So, you know, there's a little bit more weight in your breasts. They don't just shear off. You know, you kind of have weight there, and then, you know, there's stretching between the two, and then there's also probably, you know, however it joins in here, but you need to get a little bit more weight in that breast, I think. And then, yeah, it's just figuring out how your fabric is going over them. What's the... Yeah, so your breasts are sort of defying gravity here. So instead of dealing with the fabric, maybe we should come back here. So remember that a female breast is basically, it's the men's pec, and then it has fat below it, and then how it bulks up is the fatty body. Let us go to our reference material. Oop, what happened there? Oh, did I somehow get logged out of Adobe? Is that what that was? One second. Oh, okay, never mind. We're not even gonna play that game. Okay, it's just not gonna let me do this, is it? Remind me to sign in before we start the streams. This is a lovely anatomy book, and I think that anybody who needs referencing, it's a really good book. But I can't sign in right now without giving everyone my passwords. So we're not signing in. So the thing is, you just have some odd anatomy going on here, and your rib cage, right? Your clavicles, and then your shoulders. And so male and female pec muscles up to this point are basically the same. And then you sort of have this fatty tissue that attaches sort of into this. And then the more weight that is tied to it, then this fills up as well with fatty tissue. So if we look, turn symmetry off, boop, turn that off, come on. You know, your armpit is in a slightly odd place, and your shoulder is odd. So you probably need to bring your shoulders up more. Sorry, I'm making your arm a little weird there. And then what happens is let's just knock this back for a second. No, stop. I turned symmetry off. goes over, and that's these 3 groovers. Tucks under your clavicle. Yeah. And then basically what you get is that, and then you get your Leonardo. Right, there's weight into it, comes up, and that sort of tucks in. And that's sort of how the fatty tissue works, right? This is still your armpit. And then, of course, you get the height here, and then this all kind of comes in and fills in. But you don't lose this weight, right? It's hanging. You get that sort of form. And so you don't get this scoop in, and you don't, like, it's like you push this as opposed to sculpted it, right? Because the weight is hanging, right? There is this weight that is out here beyond the torso, right? It doesn't just come in, but so just make sure, you know, in like, if there are, I mean, there are breasts that are like old or broken down, or people who have like weird fat distribution. You can get just a perfectly flat breast that then scoops and has this weird funk thing. But this is not normal, right? And just make sure that your rib cage actually makes sense and it comes in up into the armpit. That's a pretty substantial lap. But I think that you could use a little bit more solid photo reference because your shoulder is way far back. I mean, just look at the shape. Come on. The gray screen of weight. Now there are no nipples. It's not pornographic. All right. Yeah. So if you look at the top, the other thing is your shoulder sort of out here, and I've actually and your shoulder was back farther. I had symmetry on and it pushed it. But the thing to remember is that, you know, your muscles are kind of coming in here, your neck's here, your shoulder comes up, your shoulder comes up, your shoulder blade's in here, your clavicle does that, right? So your shoulder blade, or your, not shoulder blade, can't remember the name of that bone all of a sudden. This is why I suck at anatomy. I can't remember anything. Right, that bone comes in. But it has to make sense with where the torso is, right? So me trying to bring the torso out to where your breast line is, look at how wide around your rib cage is, right? Where here you have this collapsing back in, and then this is getting this weird scoop out, where it sort of follows your clavicle, your arm comes in, scapula's there, and then the breast comes off of here. Right? So just make sure that your base shapes are there. So when you start sculpting, when you start blocking up, make sure that your substructure is in the right place, because your arm was way back here, which made your torso even farther out. You know, you just need to make sure things are in the right place, and that allows you to get sort of things in the right order. So I would just do a little bit more anatomy work, because once your anatomy is out of whack, you have a really hard time getting it back in together. Now, that explains why the breast fabric is so weird, because your breasts were a little weird. But let's see what we got here. I'm gonna hide you for a second, come to you. So you've got down here, I mean, you got the hang of sort of where that fabric rhythm is. So that's looking good. Excuse me. You know, for a rough end of the hair's not even that bad. I would still say think of your hair as plaits of hair, right? Because, okay, there are people who have perfectly straight hair, and from the top to the back, you know, just as a clean sheet, it's very, very super straight hair. It happens. But when you start to get any curl or any kind of texture in here, and you're implying curl here, you got to think that it's going to be in sort of sheets, sort of like a lion's mane, right? So you have to decide what the layers of the hair are going to be. And so you can go, okay, well, you know, I obviously have, this is my top layer, and then this is sort of the second layer, and then this is the third layer. And what that does is it gives sort of a nice linear progression of what's happening. Because if you just make it all straight, then it's perfectly straight hair, and that's fine. But the second you start doing this with the curls, you have things that are over and under, in front and behind things. So it's easier. Let's duplicate. Duplicate. Oh, we're still drawing. Duplicate. What do we have here? Remesh by Dynamesh. How many? Okay. Here, let's just do that. Z remesh. Half. And smooth out. Half. 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 Divide. All right. So let's think about what's happening in your hair here. Okay, so this stuff's coming down, and then you're having a break, and then that stuff's sort of coming down. So we're going to call that our first layer. And then it's the stuff kind of coming off the side, and we'll say that's our second layer, and then that's our third layer. So we're going to think about this, like I said, sort of like a lion's mane. I'm just going to first sculpt in my steps. Okay, and now I'm going to kick this up a little more, and I'm going to start laying in plats. And I'm just going to get a rhythm going. And the next little rhythm going, and the next little rhythm going. And I mean, I'm simplifying this obviously, but you just kind of get your rhythms in. And this is going to find places where, okay, that's on top, that's below that, but it's over the top of this. Right, and you can get these to weave in a little more. I'm not saying make them necessarily just, and these are very big, but define your visual rhythm here. Don't use symmetry. Well, you can use symmetry if you get like your first rough block up, but the problem is hair's not symmetrical ever. And so just go in and kind of get the rhythm of what you're doing. But just remember those three layers, and now, right, those are going to come there, and it's going to come around, because if this is hanging, this is never going to be in front of that, right? So you just kind of get your big motion in. And then make your brush smaller and just come in and put a few strokes on each one of those. And now you kind of have a rough rhythm of what's going on. And now you come in and just get everyone kind of going and flowing. And then I find it's easier to start down at the bottom and kind of get what you want happening. And then come up to the next level. And this is where you can see the ends of hairs, right? And so just remember that as you go up, it's going to be more on top. It's always a step going back and down, because that's the story that you're telling, right? This is the top, and it goes back and down. So just when you come in at those three sort of division layers, just make sure you have things that are sort of on top, right? Because this hair up here will never be behind the stuff that's down here. That's not how hair works. And so you just come in and decide where your little areas are that are on top of the other areas. And you just kind of keep doing that up. And like I said, these are obviously big, goofy gestures. But right? And so you sort of get the rhythm of the hair, and then you can go back in and get these very detailed and very clean, even, and formed. right? You can come back in. And obviously we don't have enough resolution here to do very dramatic stuff. But it really is just deciding on what's going under, what's going over, and that is how you start to get to it. Yep. Okay. And let's go back to the face. Think in layers, not, don't draw detail into things. And what I mean by that is taking a slash tool and going, oh look, I have an eye. And going, okay, that's the brow. And then that's the eye and that's the nose. See how I'm drawing into my surfaces? You always want to think about your surfaces as reflective layers. And so we have our eye. Whoa. What is going on there? Oh, you have noise turned on, don't you? Surface, yeah, turn it off. So think about what's happening here, right? We have a brow ridge, an eye socket, and a cheekbone. Okay. So yeah, that's a shape that actually comes back up under those. And then that kind of connects and goes over that form. And then that. Here's a plane coming in at that angle. And then that is your underbag eye. Comes in, cheekbone. And I'm just dealing with your anatomy. I mean, we can talk about, I mean, this is stylized, so I'm not worrying too much about anatomy, I guess is what I'm saying. But if you deal with these things as layers that are doing what they do, you don't need to cut the lines in because you can create the lines by just having these very subtle surface changes. And that's actually what's going on. They're these subtle surface changes. They're not these big lines cut in. And like I said, I understand that this is stylized and you may not, you might want it to look more like a graphic than a sculpture, and that's fine. But I'm doing this because I want you to kind of wrap your head around the concept of stepped layers, not drawn lines. And I think that'll help you kind of wrap your head around some of the stuff you're working on. Because if you do need to go to something that you want sort of realistic, it's an easy transition once you're thinking about things in layers, right? And this eye's a little funny because I would throw an eyeball in it, so I knew that I had everything in the right place. But it's not just a cut in. They're planes that intersect. I guess that's all I'm trying to show you here. And then all you have to do is come back in. You can smooth things out and get it back to not characterized, but your stuff is in the right shape. So using a little bit more anatomy reference, start with a good base. Make sure your anatomical structure is where it needs to be, and then you can add stuff on top of it. Because if your anatomy's funky, then where you're doing your cloth is funky, and it just adds up. And the only other thing I think we need to go to is frame. Just remember when you're doing wrinkles and stuff like this that, and I know you may be at that point where it's a block up or something, so don't, but is this, yeah, dynamic, apply. Get out of dynamic to sculpt. You can use dynamic to get your shapes in, but it's not good for sculpting. And you have a lot of these like little gimmicks turned on, like noise and dynamic, and you're going to just be much better just coming in and sculpting this stuff. And just remember what fabric does. It kind of goes over and under itself. It's not really, like to get something like this, right, that's been under another garment, right, because that other part sits here. This is not doing this. It's doing this. So it's not just this nice even V, because you took all of that bell and you contracted it in, and it's not pleated that way, right? It's not stitched that way. It's being pinched in under this garment, right? So this isn't like, in the 30s, they had the very tight form-fitting dresses, and then it had the fishtail that came out of it. Well, that's just super heavily pleated, like tulle or something like that, so it held itself out. This isn't showing me that kind of structure. So this is a bunch of stuff that's gathered under this dress. So it's probably a lot more fabric. You have tighter things sitting on top of it. It's sitting there, and then it's flaring out. So these are things that are, you have things that are actually going in front and behind of things. And there's more, like your wrinkles at the top are not going to be the same size as your wrinkles at the bottom. you're going to be hard pressed to get that second hump in there. Because only if this is a stiff material are you going to get that secondary hump. Right, because where that second bump is happening is because the material is coming down, it's sitting on the ground, and it's stiff enough that it's pressing up, and your fabric is breaking here, and then it breaks down here. And this just appears to be a much softer fabric than that. So I would wrap my head around the weight hanging a little more. See, this hump means that this is pressing up, it's breaking here, this is coming down and breaking there. So oops. So you can see there, this is stiff enough to support it. But how you get that second lump in there is that, as you can see, I'm pushing that. That's going to break. So the surface tension breaks here and breaks there. And that's the only way to get that hump there, is that this is stiff enough to take that. Now, is this one thinner? This one's thinner. Now you can see this deals with that a lot more different, right? It's not just the stayed, you know, where that fabric breaks. So before you get into stuff like this, I would suggest taking some fabric and playing with and seeing how it breaks. Because until these things are in your head, if you start making it up, you're going to wind up doing things that defy physics, and then our brains are going to be able to identify that, and it's going to look weird. So use the anatomical reference until you're comfortable enough with your anatomy that you don't need it. And I've been doing this a long time, and I still use photo reference. And then practice with fabric and see exactly what it's going to do. Watch it hang, watch what it's doing, and get some of that out of it. Because these are all the exact same size. They're the exact same size going up. If there's nothing else under that fabric there, these are going to at least split some, because they're being pinched. Yeah, so work on your anatomy. Look at some real fabric. Don't draw on your surfaces. But I mean, in totality, you know, you got a lot going on here that's very, very good. I just think you need to start with a really solid base, and then a lot of just the little goofy stuff that's happening there is going to be fine. Any questions? Cintiq discussions?
Yeah. Some Huion advice.
I know nothing about no Huion.
That's why I'm trying to help.
I can tell you.
It's a good brand. Mine worked flawlessly. I just went way too small. 13 inches for ZBrush is not big enough. I had like a 3-inch square of canvas after the UI was done.
Yeah, especially if you're dealing with my UI.
Yeah.
I saw Pablo's UI today, and I think I might play with something like it, because he has his where there is nothing on the left-hand side, and he has 2 full columns on the right-hand side.
Ooh.
And then he also has a little fatter column along the top. Like he has 1 more row of stuff on the top. He has 1 less row on the bottom, and 2 full rows on the right-hand side. And being the stylist picker that I am, I think that might be interesting.
Yeah.
I have to look at that. Especially when I get my 34 inch. I should put 3 columns on the right hand side. No.
34.
I want a
Madness.
38-inch Cintiq.
I'd say 20 inches is my personal minimum.
Minimum.
Get as much pressure. Yeah, minimum. Because I'm on the Pro 24-inch now, and it's a dream.
And I want to be on the Pro 32-inch.
Yeah, that's too much. I'm gonna wind up with back problems.
You know what? It's not too much. You say that. It's not too much. Like right now on this.
Yeah, that one there is a 27.
And it makes me want to bash my head with a rock.
It's 27, but it's 1080
Yeah,
resolution,
right?
Or it might be 1440.
Yeah, so basically it's half the size of the screen of the other one.
Right.
You know,
that's the thing to consider. The 24-inch Pro isn't just 24 inches; it's 24 inches in 4K.
Yeah.
So everything is a quarter as big as it would be on a 1080 monitor.
Yeah, without a doubt.
It gives you so much space.
Is this?
Yeah. What?
Nothing. I'm just trying to look. I can't even see that far. All right. So, who's next? Or do we have any questions on this one? Anyone?
Yeah, here's a question. I'm struggling with upper lips between the upper lip and nose area. Can you show me some tips?
Yeah, here. We can actually just kind of cheat and use this. So the thing to remember is that they're big planes, right? So a lot of people do this. And that's not what the face does. So you have like this is one plane. And it kind of comes around and does this. But you have a little lump there. But so that's doing that. Ooh, that's way too high. Okay. And then this is a plane that does that. And that's what makes that line there. It's not cut in, it's a change of plane. Does that make sense? And then that does that. And then the nostril. Change the, no. Is there something else turned on here? Do you have another weird dynamic-y noise thing going on here? The geometry is just strange. And so this that comes around, and that's its little plane. That comes down and kind of up under this little thing that goes down to nothing. That's an extra scoop right there. This kind of does that. That sort of does that. That does that. So the real key is just to remember that that's just a flat plane. There's nothing, you know, don't get caught up in trying to cut these in as grooves. I would show you the anatomy book, but I haven't signed in. But Anatomy for Artists has really nice breakdowns of this as well. And actually, they have a Facebook that is great. I'm going to say it again. I got you guys a discount for the Anatomy for Artists books, or Anatomy for Sculptors books. But I'm not making any money off that. I just approached the company and said that I stream a lot and that I use it as a reference a lot, because I use the book. I like the book a lot. And so I talk about the book a lot because I think it's probably one of the best simple conversion anatomy books that you can actually see what's happening with the anatomy. And so when I approached them, I said, hey, I'm streaming. Will you guys give me a discount? And they did. And they gave us discounts on the books. But that has, like, I'm not on any program. I'm not shilling for them. I got griped at about shilling for these companies. I was like, I'm not making any money off this stuff. These are just the tools that I use that I think, like Lazy Nezumi. I use Lazy Nezumi, so when I demo, I use it. So just so you know, I'm not making any money off that. That is just purely me trying to use what little clout I have as someone who streams and has an education platform for you guys to use some of the things that I use, since I talk about them, because I use them. There it is. But I don't want to hear any crabbing about me shilling for things. Poke you in the eye. So does that make sense about the space between the lip and the nose? It's just a shape, and then there's that little doogie there. That's that, but that's not cut in. It's a change of plane. And that right there is what the difference is, making that a change of plane as opposed to coming in and going, well, that doesn't work, because that's not what it does.
Cool.
Does that make sense for whoever asked that? Sorry I mangled your model. But it was the closest face I had at the time. Okay, who's next?
Up next is Kevin.
What's Kevin's?
Sun Wukong 4? I don't know what that is. Let me see.
Yeah, here it is.
Cool.
Ah, Monkey King. All right, let's get rid of paint. I'm gonna go below this, or there are tons of things that don't belong to this model. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you for removing things, because I turn everything off and then people have like 15 other things and I destroy it. So let's look at our base here. Looks great. Really does. It's nice. You might... He looks really human. And I can't really... You might want to futz with the nose just a little bit to make him look a little bit more monkey-y. because like from back here, you know, it looks very human. And I know that it's a transition. I think you might want to just futz with the nose just a touch more to break just a little bit more of that humanness out of it. And I don't know if it's shortening the nose. That might be it. Shorten the nose a little and increase that upper lip just a touch. I think you just need to, however you decide to do it, futz with the features just a touch. I mean, you can see that what I did there was just a very tiny difference. And just make him look a wee bit more monkey-ish, I think. If he has that deep eye sac, you probably want just a little bit more transition meat in here. Turn symmetry on. I hate when I do that. Turn symmetry off. Come on. Let's just give that just a little bit more meat there. And I think that this is a little deeper here, and if his brow's furrowed, let me once again do this in half so we can compare it a bit. I think that would come up in the brow a little bit more if he's, because you have the wrinkles there to kind of imply a furrow brow. So I would suggest maybe looking at bringing those wrinkles up so it's actually a brow gesture instead of just this weird little skin pinch. And I'm leaving line. I mean, you know, you can smooth all that out. It will match your textures better. But I mean, he's beautiful. He looks fantastic. Thanks for putting a little ridge in there. This side looks great. That side looks flat. I don't know if he used a different brush, but this one seems to have holes and a ridge, and that one seems flat. Oh, I see things slip somewhere. But the difference between this with the dimples and the stitching compared to the flat stitching, the front edge looks 1,000 times better. On these, I would probably just give yourself a little bit of a dent in here. Just so they don't look, because leather does stretch and it has that tension to it. And if you just break these surfaces up just a touch, it'll just look a little bit more realistic. You'll get some of that action going on where it'll actually look like it's pinching around it. I'm assuming that this isn't supposed to be where. Come on. Your lizard skin looks nice. Like I've said, though, there's where you have these transitions. I like the fact that you've changed the shape and sizes of these. It makes it a lot more dynamic. And I think that these transitions actually give you a really nice place to do what I suggest a lot. And that is to take, I use not trim polish. That's not what we're looking. Yeah, no, that's it. SK trim polish. And where these transitions happen, just come in and very softly kind of smooth it out just a touch. And it gives you, one, a smoother transition, and two, it kind of gives you like these weird little highlight places. And it's just like where it's been rubbed, it feels, you know, like it's been worn, and it allows you to pull some of these transitions in a little. So think about just smoothing those out a touch, and it'll look like it's like a little worn pattern. You know, you might have a bigger polished place on the, you know, like the back side of the arm or something, where, because, you know, if it's been worn, it's going to rub some, and it just gives you, and it breaks up those surfaces, and it breaks up the patterns. And I think that is, and especially when everything is the stylized, I think that that's super realistic compared to the stylization of the torso and everything. I think that's going to help. The gathering of the pants is pretty good. Is that done in Marvelous? Because that fabric is really nice. Right, how it's pinching and bunching. I just have it looks like a Marvelous thing. Just make sure it's outside of the body, obviously. And when you thicken this stuff, I would thicken it up dramatically more, just so it becomes sculptural. The other thing you can do is it appears that it's bringing in an inside and an outside. One sec, let's. Oh, that's on one surface. Okay, let's look at you. No, it has no thickness. So yeah, this is Marvelous, I think, right? So just remember that you can add thickness really easily with your dynamic. Where'd it go? Your dynamic. And right. And that's an easy way to get thickness. And then just apply it. And I'm sure you know that, but I would get everything in place before I thicken things, because now you have a bunch of different, right? Each face has a poly group until you join it, and then you can auto group it, and then you can go through it. But it's nice to have everything separated out. So before you dynamic it, come in and futz with your surfaces and just make sure that everything really, give it enough room so when you do thicken it, it doesn't curl over itself. It doesn't break those boundaries. Nah, it looks great. I would just change the face to make it look a little bit more simian. And futz with your fabrics before you thicken them. Play with your lizard skin a little. Rough it up. Make sure you use the dented stitchy stitch instead of the just no plain stitch. Maybe furrow the whole brow, not just a little skinny thing in there. So, because it's a facial expression, it's not just a... Right, you got to move a bunch of muscles to get it to do that. So think about it as a bigger gesture in the face. Other than that, looks fabulous. You may want... Come on. Come on. Really? You're fine. I love it when that just doesn't work. You may want to give this just a little bit more height in here, just so there's a wee bit more reaction in there, so it's not just, these are very dynamic, so they don't just go completely flat. Give it just a little bit of weight in there. Yeah, it looks great. 2 thumbs up. All right. Any questions?
Nope. I see one that says minor stress pull, but I'm not sure what that related to.
Maybe when I was pulling the fabric stuff. Maybe.
Maybe. Those folds look like they were done with a simulation in ZBrush. Am I right about that?
I don't think so. I think they were done in Marvelous Designer. ZBrush, as far as... I haven't played with it in a little while, so I could be wrong, I guess. But see how these are actually folding with fabric tension? ZBrush, it's like physics engine, isn't quite as good as Marvelous is with the different fabric folds and stuff and how it folds up. Not saying you can't do this in ZBrush. I would just be surprised. Just how these patterns are made and stuff, I think this was done in Marvelous. That would be my guess, at least. Marvelous Designer is a fashion software. It's a clothing design software. But it does beautiful fabric stuff. It really was one of the big early fashion fabric simulators.
Kevin is here. Just got here. So Kevin, will you tell us how you made that fabric?
Was it in Marvelous? I'm waiting with bated breath. Yeah, Marvelous. That's what I thought. It's just the fabric dynamics of Marvelous are just a little bit more advanced than the fabric simulation and dynamics. But I mean, you know, it's also it's like a $500 program now. So, you know, if you're just doing something fast and quick, and I mean, ZBrush is getting there, right? You know, it's just marvelous. See how these are cut up in patterns. Like if you look at his, the poly. Come on, see how it's broken up. Just how these folds are here. This is actually really good fabric physics. And ZBrush just isn't quite this subtle yet. So Kevin, what I did here, we'll go over this just real quick. If you look on the video, we go through a bunch of stuff. But basically, what I said was, I kind of futzed with your face just a touch. Ooh. I'm assuming this is Monkey King, right? Come on, Yanker. All right. So what I said was, I think that I would probably shorten the nose a touch just so this upper lip's a little longer, so it looks a little less human, because if you go back to what you have, the proportions on the face are very, very, very human, and you've changed the shape of the nose. But if you go back, even, you know, if I just zoom out just a touch, because that nose is lower, I think that it looks very human, where if you just kick that nose up a touch and make that upper lip a little longer, I think it'll read a little bit more monkey. I said that a furrowed brow is a bunch of muscle movement, so I would maybe try to make it the whole brow, as opposed to having the brow and then they're just a little wrinkles. You know, that these muscles contracting are what are pinching that, and your forehead's very flat, so I'm not seeing that muscle contraction there, and I think that might help that. Oops. Come on, you. I said that these stitches are awesome. These aren't. You know, these have the hole and the seam. This is just sitting on. I assume that's it, because you kind of lose them up there, so I'm assuming that's something. The other thing I would do is actually break these up just a touch, put a little dent in them or something, so it looks like it's actually stretching over that, and so it doesn't look brand new, you know, because those are on a half round, so those rings, that leather is going to compress, and you're going to start to get, you know, the head looking a little smaller, you know, because it's pinching, it's squeezing in that hole, and you get just a little bit of change in here. So I would just go in, and you can see I just put a couple little dents in each one, and you're going to be able to see that it makes a difference. Your anatomy is great, looks wonderful. I was just saying that I would pull these out a little. I assume you're going to use dynamic to thicken them up. So I'd just make sure that everything is in its place, you know, pull it out from the leg, and then just make sure that you have, you know, give it a little bit more space when you're moving it around. So as you thicken them, you're filling that space, so they're not overlapping where you're giving that fill. But you've done a very nice job and marvelous, which leads me to believe that you've done it before, so that might be a gratuitous statement. I said I like how you're doing your lizard skin, and I said that where you have these transitions would be a really good place to come in with, I use SK Trim Polish, but you can use Flatten or whatever you use, and just where you have these patterns and they're combining, I would just come by and SK Trim them a touch, so you sort of lose some of that. And then on the bottom side, I would kind of flatten some of this out where it's been worn a little, right? Just don't make it all the same depth. And I like what you did by changing the sizes, but just go in and make sure you have all the same depth, and or that it's not all the same depth. And where you do these crossovers, just come back in and knock them down a touch so they don't get too chattery, if that makes any sense. And if it gets too, right, if you get that in, you can always come back in and turn your intensity down and just come back in and kind of give yourself a little bit more. You got to select it first. Is it selected? Do you have dynamic on or something? Is this noise? It can't be noise. Is it just turned down that far? Yeah, I guess it was. Interesting. You can come back in and break these up just a touch more again. But, having areas where it's polished down, it just adds that touch of realism. And I think, obviously, I don't know if I did that. You obviously need to work on the feet some, but all in all, your anatomy's great. It looks wonderful. It looks great.
Cool. While we wait to find out if Kevin has any questions, we've got a question here from chat. Can you talk about the collectibles industry? How do I get there? I have finished my demo reel, but don't know where to start applying for it.
What I would probably do is look on Facebook, and he streams quite a bit on Facebook, Joe Mena. And Joe Mena is a god. He's one of my dear friends, and he does a lot of stuff for Sideshow. And he could probably give you a better idea about actually how to go about trying to get a job with one of them. But I would just say, make sure you have some spectacular pieces in your parts, because those are very desired jobs. If you're just trying to start out on your own, there are a handful of places that produce pieces, and a couple of them, I can't think of the name of the one up here in Seattle. Remind me to look it up or to dig it out. And you can do a Kickstarter, and a lot of the people who manufacture the parts initially are willing to do Kickstarter stuff where you pay for the first one, you pay for the first painted demo, right? And then they will give you a price per part after the molding and stuff. And like you can get them painted and boxed and drop shipped, So sometimes that might be the easier way of going about it. If you're, if you do a Kickstarter and ask for, find out what the minimum order from the company is, and let's say the minimum order is 50, well, do 50 and do it that way, and then maybe someone will notice you. Or just have a drop dead ass kicking portfolio, because, and have the pieces produced. Don't just design them, have them produced. And if you understand how to make something that's going to print and look good dimensionally, that's a hell of a big difference than just being able to make computer models. Because that industry is the same as jewelry, or it's a manufacturing industry. So there are things that you can do on a computer model that never comes out of a computer compared to what you can do to something that needs to be manufactured. And knowing those manufacturing tricks is a big deal. It's a very big deal. So make sure that you print everything you do and understand why it succeeded and failed. But as far as actually who to apply to or how to get a job, I know that Joe Mena streams live on Facebook. If you go to Joe and he's streaming, he's very helpful with information. Maybe I can con him to come in on critiques one day and talk about it.
Cheers.
Hear, hear. I just looked at the chat, and it's Eric going, yeah, I haven't had time to play with that, but I'd happy to figure it out this week. How many hours ago was that? Yeah, Joe's as good as it gets. Not just as an artist. He's one of the best people in the world. He's just so cool. I love that man. He's one of my favorite people out there. All right. Who's next?
All right. Up next is Hippie.
Ooh. He has like aloe vera plants coming out of his back. Okay. Is Hippie here? Once again,
Don't think so.
I think that your shoulders are too far out. And it's really funny. It's literally just doing that with your shoulders. But also, there just isn't this gap here. Your lats kind of, especially when you're this muscular, your lats actually come up and in here. There's a crossover back here. So you almost never get that airspace, right? It's usually filled in there. You usually get that shape in there. And then that comes in. That's pretty good. We're getting that roughly correctly. I think that might be, yeah, this might just be a touch short. I think your head's really tiny for the torso. What happened there? That was weird. What's going on with that? So here again, I think that getting an anatomical reference will help you. Your head's just a tiny small, but you know, your rib cage does this, and then you sort of have this shape, and then this shape. And you sort of, your back's a little flat. These muscles are a little back. Your belly's a little out. Like, it's not wrapping perfectly right. You were looking at the front, but you didn't come to the side. And so I think you should, excuse me, I think this cuts back a little. That sort of does something a little bit more like that. Your back has some roundness to it that comes in. Play with your silhouette a touch. You're just a little odd. I mean, what's funny is, like, it's looking good. And I know it's fantasy, but still I would start with good anatomy. If it's this human looking, start with good anatomy and then distort it and abstract it. I have word problems. But all in all, looks good. And it's sort of like this is a plant creature, I'm guessing. And so these are transitioning into tendrils of some sort. Oh my goodness. I am just yawning. The thing I would say is break it up. Because right now, every one of these tubes is the exact same thickness. And they're all the same height, right? You barely, the things that are crossing over and under right, you know, it's shallow comparatively speaking, and these two surfaces don't hit anything. So if you're going to break things up where things are going over and under, I'm just going to go, well, I'm not even going to bother. We're just going to do it by hand. I was going to say you can turn this into a history state, but neither of these are really where I want to go back to. So I'm just going to knock this back.
Turn off symmetry.
Thank you. Knock this back. I'm going to establish this guy first. I'm going to make it a little wider up here. Then, and then wider. I'm going to take inflate and just very softly run it through here just so it's not flat. I'm going to divide this again in recording mode. Oh, we have layers. What are your layers? Oh, that's wacky. Okay. I'm gonna bake those. Cause oh, look at that, it reset that. How funny. Good, divide one more time. And once again, I'm not saying what I'm about to do is right. You know what I mean? I'm not really tying this into the form and shape. I just want to kind of break the surface up to give you an idea of what I'm talking about when I say breaking a surface up. And so I'm going to kind of give this a split. Okay, inflate. But even if I'm doing round things, I'm always thinking of these as reflective planes. So when I'm blocking it out, I'm more worried about the directionality of the reflectivity of the plane that I'm making at the time. The other thing is break up your thicknesses And then that way you have a visual rhythm as well. And I'm just always creeping up on my surfaces. Alright, so now we have that. And now that one was the one on top. Gotta take clay fill and come in here and fill this up. Clay tubes. But you see, by fully doing the one below it, when I come up and over it with this one, these two surfaces have continuity and they make sense. Oh, I thought symmetry was on again. I was gonna cuss dramatically, say very bad things. Con. And once again, even with round things, I'm thinking about them in layers that are overlapping one another. So I'll often come in and do these as sort of flat tubes or ribbons or something like that. And then I can make decisions about what they're doing and how they're going to reflect and what's happening. And then I can come back in and kind of round them out and make them tubey. But instead of just making tubes that are all the same thickness and all the same depth, break that up some and it'll just give you a lot more visual interest, and it won't just become a monotonous rhythm. Because if everything's the same depth and everything's the same thickness, it's boring. Your eyes are going to look at it and they're going to judge it and they'll be like, all right, done, thanks, next. We like have things weave in and out, and when things go over and under one another, make sure they're actually going over and under. Right, just get a little bit more dimensionality and things moving, and you know. And like I said, it's often a lot easier to do it where you're like, okay, think about them in big flat planes first. Get everybody going where you want it to go. And then you can come back and knock the edges off. But I find that it's much easier to plan things as sort of flats, and then that gives you the reflectivity instead of just dividing them up into one simple thickness. Have them get thick, have them get thin, and futz with it. Because, right, see, even here, you know, they're all the same thickness, the same motion. They're just tubes, and you lose the substructure that way. I just think you lose a lot of compelling anatomy there. Yeah, I think it's just get a little bit more of your anatomy in the right place, and then don't make these all the same size. Break them up and get a little bit more motion in there. And your head's really tiny. Fill your armpits up. Your shoulders are too far out. Yeah, a lot of people, when they widen the chest, this is a very common problem, you know. Needs to be back in here. And it's a really simple gesture. I mean, you know, all you're doing is you come up and out, and you know, these are actually coming up and over. It's really just kind of bring it up like that. That changes the angle of that arm, and it brings the shoulder blade in some. And then that way your clavicle's not 6 feet long. Obviously, that's not the right shape, but get your lap to fill that space in. Right, you'll never see an armpit do that. Yeah, I think that's about it. So you have, figure out where your shoulder blade is. Work on this intersection here. This is looking flat because it's pulled forward. So look at your profile, right? And just make sure that your profile is, you know, because your back was really flat here. That is, remember, it is still rib cage, right? So, and your belly sort of went like this and then cut back in. It really sort of is like a boom, and then it cuts back and in. So look at your profiles. Look at anatomy reference from your profile. Get your body in the shape, and then you can abstract it. And break this stuff up so it doesn't just look like the exact same thickness of vine. Awesome. Any questions? All right. I feel bad. I missed the entire last season of Rick and Morty. I think I might have seen one of them. I'm big. Rick and Morty's good stuff.
Yeah, it's a fun show.
Just those are some funny people. Whoever makes that show has a very good sense of humor in my book. Like Adventure Time had its moments. But Rick and Morty has that definite psychedelic edge to it that is pretty wonderful. They make tons of the Pickle Rick pipes. Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I think I saw maybe one episode of last season's. Last year's been. So, Brad, what I see right now is your quote. He's off topic right now, but this is a critique channel. God only knows. I was on topic. What do you mean off topic? All right, who's next?
Pico.
I believe that's it. Is it fun?
Hello.
Hello, how we doing?
Fine, thank you.
What's that?
All is great.
That's, hey, I'm jealous. I'm almost always great. Much better.
Hey, Tomas, real quick, what webcam are you using?
The Logitech, what is it? The 920. It's the you know, it's the one everybody uses. It's just that rectangle one. That's the
Mhm.
here.
Cool.
Come on. What? Hold on. Where's that one?
Yeah, same one I've got.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, it's just T.S. Wittelsbach. Or was that someone asking me about my art station? Or someone else's? Probably someone else's.
No, I think it's probably yours. I pasted it in. Yeah, Juan keeps asking about your webcam. He said he's using the same one, but he doesn't look as good as you. And I'm confident you can't blame the webcam for that. Sorry, Juan.
Wow.
Tomas is just a handsome guy.
Oh, I thought he... Okay. Yeah. That's what happens when you get old. You get shiny. That looks great. You see what I mean? I just think it feels brighter coming up than going down. You cut those in deeper, your little flamey things. Your tips are sharp and separated. Yeah, I think you killed it. That looks wonderful.
Cool. Could I ask you to advise me what problems I could face if I try to print it as a test?
Nothing. There's absolutely nothing here that would cause you printing problems. No. There's no.
Is it all merged solid?
What's that?
Is it all merged solid?
Not yet.
Oh, no. You're not talking about that, are you? You're talking about just the design, right?
Yes, about
Yeah,
design.
Yeah. No, I don't see. There's absolutely nothing in the world that would be a problem with this print. I mean, if you sprue it sitting like that, you wouldn't even have to have, you know, I think that if you positioned it like, oops, let's grab everybody now. You do that. And then rock it just a touch like that. And now we are going to go append a block. Where's my star? do we need to do? We do need to do it this way. No. No, that would take the nose. Yep, I don't think you have a single island there. Boop. Nope. Nope, that's a simple print. There's not even, you wouldn't even have to have a sprue to the front of that at all.
I personally don't understand why should I position it that way if my size would fit the entire disk. It 9 centimeters.
So by putting it at angle one, you're getting your, so you don't have a big flat thing, so it's not gonna, so obviously the thinner it is, the less suspension. Okay. Are you doing a filament printer or an SLA?
SLA.
Okay. So the less surface you have touching, the peel force, right, is less. So if you just lie it flat, that's just one big damn suction cup, and it's gonna have a hard time pulling off the surface every time. So if you take it at an angle, every step that touches is thin, right? Your intersection is thin. So here, let's do it this way. Live Boolean, we are going to make you guys all positive. We're going to make you intersection. And we are going to go live Boolean. Where's my, oh, it's right there. Boop. Okay, so as we come up, there it is. All right, so this is your printing layer, right? We're just pretending that's our printing layer. So this is allowing us to walk through the print, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So
yes.
The thinner this is, the less peel force you have. So you have far less problems with grain and it sticking to the plane and pulling off. So I always try to keep my print thin, right? Whatever. I want this to be as small a footprint as I can get it because I don't want it to stick to my bed and pull off the plate. So I tend to put them at an angle. And then by rocking it just a little, if you have things that are symmetrical, it allows you to attack those things where, so when you're printing, right, this is the perfect shape to print lozenges, right? Because as it's printing, it's getting that, right? It's going up and it's self-supportive. And so now this is supporting that and that's supporting that. So you need less supports to support lozenge shapes. And that's why when you get all those weird, like really thin wire feathers and stuff, if you'll notice, most of them are lozenge shapes, right? They're little diamond. They're all built out of sort of open diamond shapes. So for printing, that's the most supportive structure you can get. So what we're trying to do as we're printing this is we don't want any overhangs, right? And since you're doing the front, I'm leaning the flat back to the back. I'm twisting it a little. So let's say like the nostrils, I'm never going to have a place where these hit the print bed at the same time. It's going to be like this. So it's going to do this nostril, and that nostril is shaped like a lozenge, not like a cliff. So as we come up and we're going through the print, through the print, through the print, there are those. Here's the forehead will be here in a second. Those are No. We only want this one. Okay, so there's my head, right? There's. And do you see how everything's sort of up and out? Nothing's hanging over. So we don't need any supports. And as it comes up, and here's our brow. Right? And so you can see the eyes here. And the only place that you might have a little island is where that eye is, but because we've tilted it out. And where's my... Did I hit? There it is. Okay. You know, instead of it hitting the eye and the eyelid like a ledge, right, where it might be an overhang, by rocking it, we've made it hit the edge of the eye and it's going to follow around. Watch. So we're coming up, and there's the eye. And, oh, that's the curl of the hair. Hold on. I jumped up. But you see there's nothing that's unsupported. And you see it's starting over here. And then as we go up, where those eyelids and those edges could have been floating, see how it's always connected, right? You can see that there's no point where that's floating, that eyelid, right? So that's self-supportive. It's self-supporting. And by rocking it, it doesn't hit those two places at the same time. Now, boom. But see how if that were straight, that would be like a little rift where that little tip would start to float, and we'd have to have a support there. But that's not our problem right now because, see, because it's at an angle, it just kind of rifts that up. And now let's come up to the nose, and you can see that it's taking it at an angle, so it's not being an issue. We don't have any floating islands. Everything's supported. Oh, there was a little island right there. See, boop. So that might need to be supported, or we just change the angle. So that will, here. You change the angle to where it's supporting now, where it, you know, you can rock it to where it never gets separated out, right? And you can find a place where that, you tilt it back more and that'll change that angle. So, but even if we don't, that's one support to the tip of that nose, right? And then everything else is super clean, and you don't have any supporting, and you have no cupping, and you know, it just becomes a very, and actually that's totally not true because we're going backwards here. So
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, that island on the end doesn't matter because I'm actually traveling up. So that island really isn't an island. It, like, if we were going this way and we hit it, it's an island, right? But we're traveling the other direction. So actually that nose is not an island, so that's perfectly fine. And you can just see that that's a super clean, you know, nice, nothing's there to cause any grief. If it were facing the other direction, that would be an island and that would be a problem. But we're actually printing in the other direction, so. See, coming this way, you can see how that whole thing would be an island, right? But that's why we tilted it up.
Yes.
So this is facing the top, so that's not a problem because it's actually anchored down here. So, you know, you have a print that is, you know, there's nothing hanging. It's leaning back a little because if it's facing flat down, that's going to cup. And that's just a lot of surface to try to peel, right? So you want as little touching on every peel, basically. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry for dumb questions.
No. There is no dumb questions. No dumb questions.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people would
that's
probably benefit from learning.
Yeah, that's not a dumb question in any way, shape, or form. So no, there's absolutely nothing in the world that would cause that to be a problematic print. And the other reason to tilt it at angles is often if you're trying to print things straight, you get weird graining depending on what your swipe direction is. And it's just easier to get the grain going through the model at a weird way. And that way, things that are symmetric, like if you have fingers and it's going straight this way, if there's an error, it's much easier for these to fall off than if they're doing this and they come up. And often if you have a glitch, all you'll do is get a connection there, then that's something you can clean out. So just having things at steep angles, just remember that is the perfectly printed shape because it's self-supportive. Like you can do it with one support and it doesn't have issues. So if you're thinking about trying to get things at angles, you're like, oh, well, I want the nose not to be a problem and I want the chin not to be a problem. Well, I want those to be undercut. So I just need to approach them where they're pointing this way. Like, these could be like this. But, we're coming up, so they're supported. As opposed to, if they're this, then this is going to float away. And then it's going to reattach up here, and it's going to look like that. And, yeah. So, yeah. Does that make sense to everyone?
Cool. Big thank you.
Yeah, of course. No, it looks fabulous. You really embrace those changes, and I think it looks great. And it'll print beautifully.
You were right in all comments. I even make that leap.
Oops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't push explode. Boom. Boop. Yep, looks great. Okay. If you have no more questions, who's next?
Up next is Santiago.
Cool, yeah.
I'm not sure if you have this one or if we're on to a new set now.
I think we might be. Well, I don't have. Did we do Sysmon? We did, didn't we? That was early on, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. And did we do Z-spheres? Yep, we did that. Okay. So, yes. Boop. I would really like Marvelous one day. See, what's funny is I want Marvelous to go the other direction where I want to make patterns, sculpt on them, and then turn around and make fabric patterns out of things that I've sculpted. That sounds so cool. I want to make clothing.
Sounds like chaos.
No, it's awesome. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, Dropbox.
You're going to Dropbox?
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do. And then we are going to go File Requests. And then we are going to go Pixologic File Requests. And then we are going to go to... Oh, are all these new?
Yeah, there's a ton now.
Oh, holy hell.
Just get everything in that folder except for the folders.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess we're not going home at midnight tonight, huh?
Oh, goodness, no. And I'm confident we are not going to get through all of these.
What, you calling me slow? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I only brought up Pongo once. So you got to remember Pongo.
No.
Yeah, put that in your hair.
I refuse to waste my brain space on the name of an Italian putty you don't even use anymore.
You're going to remember it next time.
I sincerely doubt it.
No, you are. I know you are.
I'm going to say Fimo. My job is to convince you it is Fimo.
The problem is I actually use these clays, and it's definitely not Fimo.
Pretty sure it was Fimo.
No.
Remember, I was there. We were on the set of.
No, not Fimo. Fimo's cool, but it is really hard to sculpt. It's not a very sculpty. They have like the Fimo softener, but then you have to mix it in. We had a pasta maker, the two wheels and the pasta maker, and you'd get it and you'd kind of rub it into the surface, and then you crank it through and crank it through, and then you'd rub it in and crank it through and crank it through, and then you could actually get it to where you might be able to work on it a little. Yeah. Yep. I think this has some of the same things in it. Kevin.
It should. Kevin submitted a newer version of what you looked at earlier.
Oh. As a ZP.
But it shouldn't be. I converted it, but the new version hasn't uploaded yet.
Oh. Okay. So I'm going to kill that. And then what about Arbor as a ZPR? Did you redo Arbor's?
Now that one I actually might have missed. And he is only 3 down, so load that one up first.
Okay.
Because we'll definitely get to Arbor. I don't know that we'll get to Kevin's new one.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll just open that and then we'll just load. Oh, but my groovy clasp experiment's in that last tool. But that worked.
You got a quick save in there, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm not telling anyone how to do that yet.
Our little secret.
Well, no, I just need to figure out how to. Yeah, right? See, he broke his old pasta machine with Fimo. Fimo's the devil when it comes to. It's hard. It's some hard stuff. Wow. Is this a huge file? No. Don't crap out on me. Come on, you can do it. Well, wait a minute. What is going on there? Why is this?
Yeah, none of these files are all that big. The biggest one we've got is a gigabyte, and you don't even have it downloaded.
Wow. Kevin's delete choked out.
Are you trying to delete from inside of a zip right now?
Oh, it's
the answer
zip.
is yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I see. Let's try that again. What? Isn't that normal? All right. We're going to delete that. We're going to extract all. So what you're telling me is that it doesn't really like it when you try to delete out of a zipped file?
I guess not. I would have assumed it was fine, but
It didn't like that.
didn't like it on your computer.
Nope, it was saying, oh, hell no. Okay, so we're going to do that. Nope. You can do it. I got to practice my dancing, I think. Oh, look at you go. All right. See, this is the problem with ZPRs. You see what has happened here? I'm now in your world. Perspective. Don't sculpt in perspective. Bad sculptor. Bad. Okay. So now let us go back to that folder real quick. I guess we could just load them in as we go. And then that way we'll stay small And
Sure.
Okay.
So first is Santiago.
Okay, load tool. Santiago. Oh, very nice. Turn the paint off. Oh, he looks great. Is Santiago here? Just make sure that when you're doing these plats, that they do how many is this? Can I lower res? No, here. We're going to try move topological. Yeah, there we go. When things are on top, just make sure that they stay on top. Because there's no, you know, that wouldn't tuck down under that. So just make sure that when you're doing this kind of stylized hierarchy that you retain that hierarchy.
There is either a reference image or a render of this in Discord. I'm unsure which.
Oh, cool. Interesting. I think, yeah, no, that's because the horns aren't on yet. Am I missing the horns? Did I hide the horns? No. So I would say that that's an illustration. All right, well, let's look here. So if you're trying to match this, I would say that its eyes are a little smaller and the chin itself is a little longer. He's a little bit thinner at the base and comes up. He's a little sharper of an angle. But, I mean, that's being picky. Because the sculpt is super nice. Yeah, I think his eyes are a little, the illustration's eyes are a little smaller. So the only two things that I really see that I'd make sure that this tip is actually on top. And, you know, make sure that that tip goes under. When these things intersect, don't let them butt together. Make sure that they're actually diving. You're getting that depth information. You're pretty darn close, but I would still bring the shirt in just a touch. And you can have it loosen out up here, but have it tight against the body back here. One of my pet peeves, and I know in illustrations they put it in there, you know, just so you can see around the necks and stuff. But in 3 dimensions, when you have caricatures and people, and I know you're not doing it this dramatically, but they leave like, you know, just this gaping hole in collars. This is a stiff collar. It has a tie. Make sure that it's, you know, make sure it fits. And I think you're pretty good. There's just a little. Don't let it get all floppy. say is you might have a little bit of too much airspace back in there. Make sure that, you know, it's sitting against the head, and that sometimes means you have to look at it from, you know, pretty extreme angles, but you don't want big floating airspace back in there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Make this make this a little bit more flat transitional so it doesn't look like it's a scoop. Right, you got that, and that can come out, but you want those to continue to look as if it's part of that same hair swoop. It's not a big cave in there. That's and see how this kind of comes up and ends. This is what I mean. You want to make sure that that actually makes sense as a plane that's coming back and in, and that's coming out and over, and that's coming over that, and that's coming under that. Right, just make sure you're getting that layer information as opposed to letting them just get weird. There, I think this is where we were trying to move that down just so that's not a big gaping air hole. See how I can see the see that little move topological. Fill that in so it makes sense, just so it's not a big gaping air hole. Avoid those big gaping air holes. We don't want those bad air holes. That's awesome. Looks great. 2 thumbs up. Was he here?
I don't think so.
Okay. Who's next?
Ivan.
Did I not just... Yeah. Okay. Ivan?
Mm-hmm.
Turn paint off. All right. Do I have like... See how I'm getting like these occluded shadows? You see?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that?
That might be from your ZPR.
Yeah. Does someone have occlusion turned on or something like that? Where was that occlusion?
Oh.
Okay, whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I don't like the forced shadows because it's lying to me.
Mm.
But
Well, since I don't think Ivan is here, you can go ahead and do...
well, no, it's
Arbor?
the other one had it on too. It's now a setting. So, or are you saying I should wait for Ivan? Is that what you're saying?
You can do the one that is the ZPR you've got loaded, and then bring in your new project so that it, you know, you're back in your world, and then do Ivan.
Oh, good point. All right, hold on. Let's just do
Because that ZPR is next anyway, so we just switch the two.
Okay, hold on. What CPR is next? Oh yeah.
The one you have loaded.
No, where am I going? Project. New project. No. And now we click on Ivan, right?
go. And Ivan is here.
Hey, Ivan, how's it going? See, look. None of that fake shadows. And he was sculpting in perspective. He looks really nice. Once again, when I start talking about some of this stuff, I'm really talking about bringing things out of the computer. So for rendering, some of this surface texturing stuff is great, you know. But if you're going to print something like this or bring it out of the computer, you want to be careful about getting this much surface texture on stuff. And here it's really nice because you're sort of establishing a rhythm to the surface, but that second line of dot stuff, that pore layer, if you're trying to make a figure or trying to bring it out of the computer, that level of detail becomes chatter, and it does you no good. And so, and the other thing I would say is, even if just coming back in and, you know, I'm just using SK Trim Polish, and you can see that I'm just touching these edges a touch, and it's just flattening some of the pattern out. And I'm not going over everything, right? I'm just making it patchy. And just having that inconsistency on the surface, I find helps a great deal. Now, if you're, you know, if you're rendering, someone can say, Tomas, no, you need all that pore information. And I would go, okay, because I don't know crap about it. But I think that just having inconsistent texturing in general helps. So think about that. The sculpt's beautiful. But I would say, like, before I spent all this time and energy on the pores, you know, finish out your ear. You have this beautiful stuff. You have this beautiful texture building here. You got these really nice transitions to your lips and mouth. And then you have an unfinished ear. Unless your concept is that he has an unfinished ear. You know, just, I would say finish the sculpt before you get tied up in your texturing. Or you could say, no, Tomas, my concept was he had a very soft ear. And then I'm wrong and you can ignore what I say. Well, to be fair, you can ignore what I say. No, this stuff's really nice. You've done a really good job of establishing surface rhythm and some of the meaty areas with your wrinkles. You did a great job with it. It looks really good. I think you have so much wrinkling here and so much wrinkling here. I might put just a little bit of big wrinkling in here where it's just bigger. Just so it doesn't, just so there's some consistency in the texturing, you know. I'd even knock that down a little. But just so it has a little bit of that radial rhythm. Right, you can see how just even that subtle continues that radial effect out. I would also probably just give a little bit more meat in here, just so that doesn't look like it's cut back and in so much. The sculpt's beautiful. It looks really good. Finish the ears before you put skin texture in. Mm-hmm. You were too busy putting skin cracks on, weren't you? You can use perspective if you're rendering. That's fine. Just don't sculpt in perspective. Because you can play with your focal length to get the distortion you want. See, you got all excited about your skin textures and you forgot your ears. Here, let's put it on. Skin shade is probably, yeah. No, it looks great. Is the eyeball just a is it a picture? What do you call it? I mean, that is that done? I guess what I'm asking, is that done with poly paint and translucence, or is it like a, you know, like a photograph applied to it? What is that called?
An HDR?
An HDR skin. What do you? Jesus, that's pathetic.
Matte cap. It's just a matte cap.
Matte. Okay, thank you. That's the one I was talking about. It's a picture. No, it looks great. Finish the ears before you do the skin. Mister, I got excited with my wrinkles. Yeah, no, it's really nice. Yeah. Okay.
Cheers.
Who's next?
Right. That ZPR. Arbor.
Oh, damn it. Well, then why'd I unload it?
I tried to tell you to just do that ZPR first because you had it loaded, and then you did a completely opposite thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you told me. Arbor? Okay.
Arbor.
Why is that occlusion on? All right. Okay, so first of all, don't sculpt in perspective. Second of all, don't sculpt with occlusion on, or AIO. Isn't that what? I think this is AIO is turned on because it lies to you. Now, obviously, you're probably going to be doing renderings and not be doing figures or, you know, things that are cutting out of the computer. But I just think that it's a good habit to get into, to actually know what you're sculpting, because if you love this thing and all of a sudden you want to do a figurine of it and you print it and it looks goofy, it is because you have perspective on. Because guess what? Your model is not going to look like this. It's going to look like this. And that's completely different. So just make sure you do that. The other thing, let's turn that mask off so we can see what's going on here. I would say the other thing is that the face looks a little soft, or like it looks more like, let's say, a cat face than a turtle, right? You know, there's more, I think there's a little bit more facetness to the face, maybe. Or how it's just looking a touch soft for me for a turtle face. Let's look up. It's so funny, I have all these original comic books. They're huge, they're big ones. And I know these are animatronics, but you see what I mean? How there's not quite as much, it's not that soft, right? You know, it's sort of lizard skinny as opposed to as soft as you have it there. So I think, right, see even here, which is pretty wrinkly. Those are the real ones. Big goofy. So I guess what I'm saying is I think whoa, did everything just die for a minute there?
Seems fine on my end.
Okay. Why does every school teach you to sculpt in perspective? Because they're goofy. Because they're trying to get you to sort of learn how, like camera angles and this and that. And you know what? I would argue with them at every school. I think that sculpting in perspective is silly. I think that you should sculpt, know what your model is, and then pick what camera you're going to shoot whatever you're shooting in. You know, when you're okay, so when we were sculpting sets for the film industry, we didn't walk around with 50-degree angle goggles on to see what it's going to look through the lens. That's not that you change your lens angles and stuff to pull effects on real objects, but by sculpting through a distorted eye, you're getting distorted twice. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. And I am someone who sculpted stuff for film for decades, and it's like, yeah, no, it's one of the most bizarre concepts that I can wrap my head around. I don't know why in the world you would ever do it, because you'd never do it in real life. And if you're trying to get something to replicate filmmaking, it makes no sense to sculpt through a forced perspective. Sculpt it flat, you know where everything is, and then if you're choosing the angles, you know, you're choosing your perspective, which is your lens angles, right? You know, I want a wide angle lens, I want a long lens, that's what you're doing with perspective. But no one sculpts through the camera, right? The camera comes after the sculpting. And so I don't buy it. I think it's silly information. Look, when I sculpt, do you see the shadow change a little because of the AOI? That's interesting. Or AIO or whatever it is. You see, just by crisping that up a little, I think that gets a little bit more turtle-esque. If your school told you to jump off a bridge, would you do it?
If they'll cancel my debt, maybe.
Fair enough. Is there water at the bottom of the bridge? People have lived jumping off the San Francisco Bridge. So if you can get someone who teaches at a school to be able to justify that to me where it makes sense, I'd be happy to hear it. But I'm just going to ask them, then why do I not sculpt through a camera when we're sculpting for film? But you see how making that upper lip just crisp makes it feel a little bit more lizardy, I guess, than with all the little wrinkles. It almost looked like a kitten face. I mean, the body looks great. You know, I would say once again, I mean, you hear me say it a lot, is, I mean, obviously you're at the point where you're sketching this stuff in, and, you know, I see you using slash or a wide angle tool to cut these things in. At the end of the day, though, make sure that these are layers, that one's coming over the other, not where they're just cut in. They are things that pass under and over one another, and that little bit of just transition change, instead of having them be flat where they actually are going in and under one another, it just adds a really nice touch, and it keeps everything. Those are the things we're used to seeing our subconscious is looking for. So just make sure that you get in there and go back and do that. But all in all, I mean, he looks awesome. This transition's a little stiff for me, but, and he's leaning a little forward. You know, center of gravity is a little forward. So if you and this is a little distorting, but oh. Where do we have delete lower, that's fine. Skew. Probably something a little bit more like that. Yeah, with the shell that might be a little far. You can skew them, hit accept, and now come back over to geometry, because you had to delete your geometry, and you can hit reconstruct subdivision levels, and it'll bring your subdivision levels back. So if you have a tool that has multiple subdivision levels and you want to futz with it, delete the lower, use your tapering twist and twist tool, and then just come back and hit reconstruct the subdivision levels. But you have to hit it, like let's say you had 5 subdivision levels, you have to hit it 5 times so it goes back and reconstructs each subdivision level. Now you have your sub Ds back, and you can still use twist, turn, taper, and all that. Yeah. There we go. Looking good. All right. Who's next?
Up next is Christian.
All right.
And open up a new project.
Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Nope. Get a weird crimp on my back. It's midnight. Potty break. Let's let this load. Oh, hold on. Christian. Let's load Christian real quick. And then I'm going to go for a potty break. Nope, that was quick. Let me stand up, bend my back, run to the restroom. I will be right back, kind and gentle folk. Boop. Boop, boop. Oh, yeah. Holy hell. Could you hear me popping a leaf?
No.
I didn't know how good my mic was. I was like,
Are you currently sitting on an Aeron?
mm-hmm.
How is it?
I love them. This chair is about 21 years old, and you can't beat them. I would strongly suggest anyone buy one. I like the Embody as well.
Yep. I was thinking about getting either an Embody or a Fatal.
The what?
The one that looks like a suspension bridge.
Yeah.
They suggest it for people who can't sit still and like to put their feet up in their seat with them.
Yeah. I think the fabric on the Embody might get a little weird if you rub your feet all over it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you don't have a butt, the Embody's a little flat. If you have a butt, the Embody's great. But Shinya, he got a little Japanese butt. And he's like, it's so flat, I can't stand this chair. But he likes steel case, though. He likes the big puffy patty chairs, and I just sweat in those. I can't stand them.
Herman Miller came out with a version of the Embody specifically for gamers. They like teamed up with Logitech or something, so they have a copper infused seat for it that's supposed to be cooling.
Interesting. Yeah, I sadly I don't have enough viewers. I need to talk to Herman Miller though. We know the family who owns it, so see if I can get my Herman Miller sponsorship, because I'll tell you what, I have 4 Erewhon chairs right now. There was a time when I had a big red enameled door off of a Buddhist temple that burned down, and the doors were fine, and I bought them in Thailand. And it's seated 4, 8. So it had 10 seats. It was a big table. And they used to make it where the mesh was red. And I bought 10 Erewhon chairs that were red to match. That was my dining room table, this big red thing with this glass over it with 10 Erewhon chairs, red ones. Ah, those were the days. When I actually got paid to make art. All right. So let's actually just look at our body here. Turn off our paint. Get our legs. Where's our torso? Is that it? Okay. I was going to say the head actually looked a little large, but I mean, that's well within the character parameters on this one. I think but see, once again, stylization and stuff, so you can take what I have to say on this one. The head's just a touch big, and it might not be that the head's a touch big. The arms are just very anemic, but that could very easily be stylistically desired. You know what I mean? Because obviously you're not trying for realism, right? And I just think how this, because without the helmet and without these shoulder pads, without this neck or this collar, it just seems very, this makes the head look very big. And because the hips are very sloped, yet the legs are very thick, it's just an odd silhouette. I guess this is what is the odd silhouette to me. Right? I think that somehow It just looks like this area right here is smaller than the rest of the object. Yeah, the arms just look small. And the waist looks very thin. And I was going to say, it looked female, but it is a female. So the slope waist, I get it. I'm just thinking that come on. I think just giving it a little bit more girth. The arms just look really thin. And I mean, I understand, you know, what you're going for. I just want to see what this looks like. Get over here. No, stop that. Nope. All right. Come on. Why are you not selecting? I hate it when it does that. It's really frustrating. Okay, that's about mid-thigh. Just a touch. And obviously I didn't line it up right. No, you are supposed to be masked off. Everybody stop. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I think that I would beef up the arms and the center torso just a touch. Um, and the other thing is you have this shape, but when you're looking at the torso through here, I don't know if there's going to be something else in here. But if you're looking through the torso in here, you know, there's no right. It's very masculine, and so by looking through the armor, and you have sort of an implied bustier sort of thing going on here. If you really want it to be female, in some way imply the breasts a little bit more in there, because you're looking through, and it threw me off because I was looking through at the physical torso and it was very flat chested, and not just female flat chested. I mean, that's a very masculine torso. I don't think you would show this to anyone and they go, oh, that's a female. So by allowing me to see the torso through the armor, I think it's disorienting. And then two, I think you just need to make this just a touch bigger. You can keep, you know, the thing is that what you had before sort of did this, right? It was very low and it just was slopey and it didn't really tie in, where if you have this in a scoop, in a hip, that's very feminine. And, you know, this line here was very feminine. And then it just was like, everything was like 2 sizes too small. It just seemed like it got very anemic in the arms and stuff. So I think you want to be careful about that. Figure out your proportions just a little bit better and give me a little bit more femininity in the torso, either by breasts or just when I'm looking through this big hole, looking at the flesh of the torso, it is a male torso. But the butt and the thigh shapes look very feminine. The face looks feminine until you take all the armor off, and then it could be masculine, it could be feminine. You know, obviously feminine. But when you put it onto this torso, it's like, okay, well, is it, you know, an Asian man, right? So that threw me for a loop because I can see it through the armor. And yeah, beef up my arms a little. As far as the design goes, it looks good. I really like this sort of, you know, the recess, so it looks like it's punching in. The holes I don't understand, in the sense, are they rivets? Are they screws? Are they stitches? You know, usually if it's armor and there are circular recesses, they are something. So I'm just curious what they are. You know, I mean, these look like pressed in leather in some ways. It's armor and sort of this leather feel at the same time. And you have these repetitive dots. And I just think that it makes it look unfinished because repetitive dots on armor are usually either screws or stitches. And it sort of feels like I'm missing something. So that vocabulary on the armor is a little visually confusing to me. But the forms are great. I like the shapes, you know. I would just say the arms were a little thin. And I mean, I made them, when I scaled them, I obviously made them too wide so it doesn't tie into the armor shape anymore. But, you know what I mean. And see, just by thickening that up just a touch, doesn't make this airspace just so big and odd. It looks great. I mean, I like the design. I like the form. Here. Looks good. Are they there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Who's next?
Amanda.
Amanda. Ba-doop, ba-doop, boop, boop. Ba-doop. That looks great. All right, first of all, let's actually look at the sculpt. I'd love to see the reference image. So be careful when you texture lips like this, because what you've done is you've broken the shape of the lip with the texture. So, oops, that's not clay tubes. So just make sure that you're not destroying the lip shape with your texture. And this is where you know, doing sculpting with the paint on, because you can define these forms and see you have like this foreshadow occlusion-y sort of patterny, and it's forcing the shadows and it makes it look okay. But when I'm looking at it, I'm seeing, you know, you have these edges painted on, but I don't see it in the sculpt, right? So if you turn the paint off, we lose that a little. And I think that her face is just a touch flat in the lips. And I think that's because you've textured some of that out. You know, I think these are sharper forms. Also, you just have this gap right here, and that's not actually how lips work. Right, you know, they kind of come in and under. I have symmetry on, sorry. I'd love to see the reference image.
You can look up any picture of Ariana Grande.
Yeah, no.
I don't see any that quite match that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's yeah. I'm not seeing anything that shows me that like that this that her that the muzzle's flat. Stop there. Stop. Why are you scrolling? But you see, it's not like just a gap right there. The lip is actually going up and under. So I think that we flattened out just a touch here. And symmetry is turned on, and this is no longer symmetrical. And by not being symmetrical, it's a little tricky to... Is local not turned on? It is. Scheisse. Not symmetrical. So I think we're a wee bit flat. She has a little, you know, she's a little bit younger, so she's not getting sallow yet. So a little bit more fluff. So just giving her a little bit more puff here in the cheek is going to make her look a little younger. And once again, that's not a crease line. It's a meat transition, right? You know, it's, you don't have to, as long as these are planes that are interacting as opposed to going into one another, you're going to get that visual line. Still something going on right there. There's like a little dent here or something. Yeah, so I would just be a little more careful about using your rendering or your color. Come in and just get the sculpt a little bit more tuned before you try to cover it with the color. And not saying that you were trying to hide something, but I just think that because I mean you actually got like the eye meat nice. You know, the expression's nice. Be careful about these lumps, especially if you're trying to make your young lower res, and just take that stuff out. There's still something here flat, and I'm not, I'd have to really look at some of her pictures and get it right, but in the render it looks good. Like I said, you have things in the right place. Just be really careful about putting texture in where you're breaking the structure of your form, because it's not going to be very helpful. But I mean, it looks good. I mean, like you got the things in the right place. I think now it's just a little bit of tuning. Take the paint off, look at it, and try to get everything in the right place. Try to get it to look like her without the paint covering for you, right? And I think you'll wind up being happier with the part. But it looks good. I'd like to see the reference image if you have it too at some point. All right.
All right. Up next is Maro.
I say nay. So what do you think? Is the chainmail noise or is it a seamed alpha? Looks good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's holding tight all the way around, you know what I mean? A series of late alphas, that's why you're getting the double in the seams. Yeah. You did a good job hitting the places that you see it where you're not seeing a ton of the overlapping. It's tricky. It's tricky. This is where you may want to unwrap the skin, lay UVs, and put it in as the noise maker, because that'll lay stuff in nice and clean. Interesting. You did a good job of laying it in, because I had to look at it without it. You know, I had to look at it without the armor and stuff. Everything's really clean. It's nice. You got everything tight, separated clean. Your layers are tight. Your fabric, it has something to be desired. I mean, I'm not seeing motion tension. I see a lot of wrinkles, and don't feel bad. Fabric's hard, you know, but I would take some fabric and drape it over something and look at what it does. Because right now it's just a little too busy, especially if you're thinking about a cape on something that's a warrior or something like that. It's going to have a little bit more robustness to it. It's not just going to be like the boots are fine. I think also your filigree, I would think about the filigree just a little more. I know that you've thrown it on there and but this is a little thin and anemic and not very, you know, everything else has this real power to it, and these filigree forms are just a little weak. I think the groin flag could sharpen up the fabric just a touch. I like your eyes. Very nice. No, everything looks really tight, actually. It's nice. Get a little bit more fabric reference and try to play with the fabric a little bit more. Think about your filigree a little more in the sense of, like, you know, maybe... What is going on? You know, because everything's sort of hard and, you know, scully night thing, and then having like these little florals. You think about shapes that are, you know, a little bit more tied into your form. Here, let's... You know, think about making these a little bit more of that. Instead of just nice, super flat forms, you know, think of like maybe bat wings or, you know, devil tails or... where it just has a little bit more of that insidious feel to it. Right. Mm-hmm. You know, just make things a little bit pointier or something. Like I said, I'm not saying this is necessarily the right thing to do, but no, Does that make sense? Where it's just a little bit more in the mode of the part. See, that just
Makes sense to me.
a little meaner. Because, I mean, this is tight. It looks great. You also may want to think about changing the silhouette of the head just a touch. Because you have these really nice spikes going up. But then this is almost just like a straight cone. Do something that, like, maybe punch the cheekbone a little or something, just so it has a slightly more aggressive silhouette. Something to think about, because right now, you know, you have all this great, it's just like, so yeah. And the same with these things, you know, instead of just making these, here we go. Instead of just making these like little half round, see how soft these shapes are? You actually got it going here a little bit more. But, you know, just by taking that and turning that into, you know, something just a touch more aggressive. Don't let those corners end out straight, you know, make them a scoop or make them a point. Have these things end in flats. So once again, you have these nice, sharp, hard things, not right. So just sharpen up some of this stuff where, and we're not talking about big changes, you know, just make it a point. Yeah. And work on some of your fabric stuff. I would probably bend these a little, because right now they're really just flat boards. I would give these a little bit of, well, it'll just make your reflections nicer instead of them just being big and flat. Once again, just make them a little bit more aggressive. See flat board where this has a wee bit more character. And those mixed up surfaces will reflect a lot nicer than just a flat board. See how that just has a lot more going on. Has a nice silhouette that's aggressive. That's just a flat board. Yeah, everything else looks great. I would just wrap your head around some of those little fine points and work on your fabric. Yeah, you killed it. All right. Any questions?
They are here, but I haven't seen any questions yet.
All right, well, let's. All right.
Ready?
Yep. Who's next?
Reddit sis.
Zibitsits.
Reddit sis.
Reddit.
Reddit sis. And I have a link for you.
The reference image.
No, renders and such.
Okay. Where is that? Discord.
Yeah, I'll put it in Discord. Just in the off-topic channel. I'm gonna put it in Twitch chat too.
Yeah. See. Unreal Engine. Wow, that's trippy weird with that wavy pattern thing going on. It's breathing. It's looking at me. Red wax. Ah. I'm surprised the Red Wax Army hasn't had something to say about all this.
That army is one person.
I know. That's the joke.
Yes, Red Wax is sinning. Ma dirty blue, ma dirty blue, ma dirty blue.
I mean, you know, if you're into red wax, so be it. I'm just saying.
If you want to burn your retinas out, so be it.
Yeah, you know, who am I to say no? Well, I'm actually this guy. So no, don't sculpt a perspective. Don't use red wax. All right, so let's look at this bad boy. Tighter piece of paper. Let's turn paint on so we can see all of these at the same time. It looks really nice. And you sort of did it. I would say that, once again, you can probably come in and blend these together a little with, I use SK trim polish, but you can kind of knock a little bit more down than the seam, and you can get these to blend just a touch better. But in the rendering, I didn't notice them that much, so this is a modeling thing, not a rendering thing. I would say that, you know, you have this nice little texture here, but then it kind of chatters down in here. Be careful about keeping, I just wiped out your texture, but be careful about keeping the same kind of texture on two different layers, carry to the second layer, because it ties those two surfaces together a little bit more. And you can see that I'm just going to wipe that out just a touch. And you really get that surface separation a little more. Honestly, you did a good job about your textures and stuff are clean, they're nice, they're crisp. You know, this has that nice hammered kind of chiselly wiggly thing going down. It looks good. You know, in the render your leather wrap looks good. In the render this stuff looks great. And honestly, for a print, it's right on that border of not being too much.
It's a game asset.
Yeah, exactly. But you never know, you might want to print it. Yeah. Just to get those to blend the crossovers a little better. It's a nice part though. Your aging looks good. The sculpt looks good. The render looks great. It creeps me out, so you win. Because it was looking at me. And your letter's awesome. It looks really good in the render. No, I'd say that's a success. It looks great. Like I said, blend those in. Don't let very distinctive surface patterns carry between like the edge and down into the leather, because you're then you're breaking the discontinuity of the two surfaces. And fiddle fetch your transitions and sizes a little bit, because I like that they're different sizes. Just flatten or something so they, where those crossovers happen, you can just clean those up a little by flattening out a little. And within the render, you're going to be able to pull that detail back fine, but you're not going to catch some of that double detail, you know, as they're crossing over. Super nice. Looks great. You have any questions?
I think we got half a question. Okay. When you talk about details carrying over between layers, do you mean, like, say, those porous holes should only stay on the extruded edge and not seep into that inner scale part?
I think that right here, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. How you, well, it wasn't just the pores, it was this chatter, right? You have this linear chatter going on here, and then you have the pores. And you can see that you actually lost your pores and it turned into this linear chatter and pores. And I understand that like it can have that, you know, because it's like, oh, well, it's rusty there too. But I think that you really lose the separation of the scales to the metal, right? And I think that by, here, let's go back. You see how these are the same, right? You get this, you get this, you come back here, and it looks like we lose our scales here and it turns into this metal chatter. And I think the scale chatter and the metal chatter should be different chatter. You shouldn't have the exact same holes. You shouldn't, because you really want to keep, psychologically, you want to keep those two surfaces separate, especially with this moving kind of organic, writhy stuff going on. So by kind of getting rid of the chatter a touch, and if I had the scale alpha, I would throw some of these scales back in here. But you can see by just getting rid of the dents that are the same as those dents as we come back here, even though I've smoothed that out some, that's really a nice separate clean line with a separate texture on the inside, and it now looks like a separated layer. Does that make sense? And it's really just this little inner edge right here. That's the only place that you really, where it became really noticeable. And it's because there was the linear chatter and the pores were the same size. Yeah, because I think that is the only place you really did it. You know, everywhere else you kept it really tight and separate. And like, you know, there's that gash. There's no problem if you bring the gash over here, right? And, you know, even back here, they still read as separate surfaces, but the gash is what breaks, or the scratch, or the ding, or whatever you want to call it, is what brings it back into the surface. But the second it has the same noise, it's the same erosion, it's the same, it becomes the same material. And I think you want to avoid that.
Cool. Let me ask an off-topic question from Vampy. Do I need to learn human anatomy to learn to create stylized characters?
Can't hurt. But I think that, I think in one format or another, you're going to learn human anatomy as you learn stylized characters. Like, I don't think you need to learn muscle placement and things like that as clearly as you would. Like, if you go through Shane Olson's class, he has a system of separate anatomy parts that you then move, scale, and tie together. And, like, he's not teaching you that the striatus comes up and under the subdural cutaneous lever flatter natter. But you're like, oh, the shoulder blade moves when the elbow moves. So, I mean, if you're making figures, knowing anatomy can only help you. Because one day you're going to be making all these caricatures and someone's going to go, hey, here, make my Aunt Dorothy. And now you don't understand what makes certain stylization things happen. Where if you understand the anatomy, you know why it's there, even though it's stylized or not. So I would say, yeah, learn anatomy. Take life drawing. Take life sculpting if you can find life sculpting classes, but they're hard to find these days. Is that...
Cool.
That's weird. Very rarely do I see fewer people on the chat from OBS than I do on that. It's interesting. I do not understand.
Nonsense. The numbers are nonsense.
Nonsense. Crazy talk. Crazy talk. All right. All righty.
All right. You ready for the next one?
Yep.
Juan, but a different Juan.
Okay. Are they just pictures?
No, there is a ZTL. The last one in that list of Juans is a ZTL.
Not that just pictures is a problem. I was just curious.
But there are many pictures.
All right. Okay. So obvious, I'm assuming that this is a fairly quick sculpt. So you're just kind of putting things together and kind of getting it in there. I mean, I like how you're building up to the eyes, I would say that whenever you're making a humanoid figure, the first thing you want to make sure, the eyes are what we're always going to look at, right? So make sure you got your eyes in and get it sorted. And like I said, it seems like this is early in the process, so I'm not hammering you on it or anything. But you can see by just coming in, get my eye in there. And I'm always going to start with simple shapes, and then you can always come back in, smooth things out, get them to where you want them. But I start with planes. You know, just come in and get your eyes where you want. These are very abstract figures, so, you know, doing any kind of anatomical commentary, I don't know, is really useful. But even here, you know, we can keep it abstract and keep it in its place in the head where it's dropped back there. You almost have like all of the meat inside the eye socket. You still have tons of room out here. You know, you can make things abstract and weird, but as long as you know what's going on in reality, you can play it out some, right? See, Henry, I got in the habit of saying right in critiques.
Right.
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 You used to say something different.
I still say so a lot. I used to say so a lot. So.
But I think instead of right, you used to say, does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe.
Just all the time. Does that make sense?
Well, it's
like
very
punctuation.
hard. Well, it's very hard because I'm trying to give something to someone where feedback. So you're always kind of trying to hunt for that feedback where it's like, in what I'm doing making sense to you? And, you know, if it's live, you want to make sure that it makes sense, I guess. You know?
Right. And you're mostly just here talking to yourself.
That's all I do. I talk to myself a lot. I get no feedback. But it's really funny when I'm making the videos because I'm always like, right? So, so, There's a lot of editing of that out.
Works for me.
Oh, it's tragic.
Right.
Right. You know, so you can be abstract and not be in the right place and have it all wonky as long as your subconscious is like, okay, well, that sort of makes sense, right? Right? See? Just very self-conscious about rights tonight. So just come back in, tune it up, sharpen it up. As I say all the time, before you start getting into strandy hair, come in with bigger swatches and determine the rhythm of the hair. And remember, the stuff up front is on top and the stuff in the rear is on the back. So come down. Do your outside edges first. You know, kind of get your rhythm in. And then you can come back in with a smaller brush and start to decide what's going on in each one. And then you can come back in and do, you know, little line stuff. But I find that getting the rhythm and the volumes in before you go in and put just the linear detail in is helpful. But yeah, no. I mean, they're fun sketches. It looks good. So are we looking at pictures, or are there any questions about the sculpt?
I don't know that this person is here, so let's look
Okay.
at the pictures.
Let's look
They're in Discord.
at pictures.
Look at the pictures.
Oh, okay. So that's not what I saw. Okay, I got to read carefully. All right, so this is our character reference. Oh yeah, no, see here you got the eyes in. Interesting. Yeah. So I would definitely, you're on the right track. I like how the eye socket's sort of in wrong, right? You know, it's like a eye socket and then there's a secondary socket in it, so it's facing a weird direction. Yeah, so I would say that what I was seeing here is definitely on the right track with what you had going. You know, just come in, define your anatomy. Decide, you know, the directionality of the eyes. And now, you know, get your socket in the right place and some of that extra meat there and get that kind of going there. Yeah, no, I would just really say that you're on the right path for sure. It's super funky and weird. I like it. Yeah, he's awesome. Your gesture's nice. You may want look at when you're doing these, look at your negative space. And if you drop the shoulder just a touch more, get the arm just a touch lower, your blade will be here. Avoid your heel so you have airspace there. But what that'll do is give you a poke here and then airspace in the knee. So you also get this really, you have this nice sharp silhouette down here. But that'll give you a nice opening silhouette here because this gets a little muddy where the, right, see how this is this crossover? And I know that we're leaning down a little, but just double check your your negative space. Because if that were here, you'd get this really nice sort of like open mouthy, toothy sort of feel going on there. And this becomes a very aggressive negative space. And right now it's a little muddy because you have a few things overlapping each other. But everywhere, I mean, see, like this is a good negative space. You got some good negative space there. This has good flow. You got sort of teethy, sharpy things. So you can see that if this were up here, and then this were down here, don't cover the foot, because that gives you a nice like negative, spiky negative space there. But if this were opened up a little bit, either by raising the knee a touch or by lowering the shoulder and the arm a touch, you get right here, right? Because this is, right? Everything's looking at this point right here, and it's muddy. Right? You have all your returns, right? This is coming in and looking right here. That parallels this. This is coming up like that. This all is going like this. This is a triangle facing this way. Everything is looking at this negative triangle right here. And it's muddy. Right? That return's coming around. So I would repose a little just to get a little bit more airspace in there, so that becomes this really nice, aggressive. Okie dokie.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah, I think so.
Carlos.
Carlos. Wrinkly portrait. That's a wrinkly portrait. I like that he has a skull nose and eyelashes. That's great. That's tons of fun. Please tell me you look like this. That would be so rad. The only thing I see, the first thing I see is you have really good tension all over the place, but these sternocleidomastoids. What are these? Is that a sternocleidomastoid? Google that. Tell me what that is.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
It's a little flaccid. I'd just like to see just a touch more tension in there. Just don't get it loose, right? Because that's... Just give me a wee bit more tension in this end. I mean, I like how you're laying down rhythm. He's rad. He looks great. Yeah, everything else has this really nice, this nice tension to it. And your sternocleidomastoid just got a little flaccid. And nobody wants a flaccid sternocleidomastoid. That's hysterical. Looks great. Yeah, not much you can say about that, but right on. I mean, your anatomy is actually really nice. Your proportions are really nice. The motion in the hair is really nice. Your eyebrows are a little stayed, but they're fine. You know, with all this being so squirrely. Seeing just a little bit of maybe get those up and out a little. Looks great. Super funny, my friend. That's wonderful. Yep. Get some tension in that sternocleidomastoid and maybe take those brows to be a little bit more reminiscent of these as opposed to just the same size teeth every time. Break them up and make them squirgly. Other than that, killing it. Looks great. They here?
I don't think so.
Okay, nope. Yeah, it does. Someone say it comes up back here. Yeah, it does. But I just was talking about the visuals here in the front. It's what makes you do this. But when it's that long, it's really hard. It's hard to dictate that curve when it's that long. Zha.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Who's next?
Up next we have Shubham. This is one I believe was still uploading when you were downloading. You might have to grab it from Discord.
Damn it, Jim. From Discord?
From Discord, from Dropbox. They both start with D, so they must be the same thing.
You're confusing me. And I'm easily confused.
It's true.
It's true. Gosh, it's true. Who was it?
You might as well just grab all. Oh, reload the page. Yeah, and just grab everything but order.txt in the folders.
Yep. All right, well, we have a couple minutes while we're downloading. Anybody have any questions? Hey, look, someone wants my ArtStation profile.
Do they?
This was Juan when he was talking about, I'm going to make Chick Chung B jealous.
That must have been hours ago.
What camera am I using?
Oh my god, that was hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
How come sometimes you can read the most recent thing? Like, didn't you just see the neck muscle thing?
No, hold on here. Let me see if that shows you. Oh. So you can see the white. That is the Discord. That is
Twitch chat.
Twitch. But the blue is from OBS. But See that little blue window that says new messages? It does
Yeah.
not update unless it is active, which makes almost no sense in the world to me. I don't think it used to do that. It's a frustrating thing.
Very interesting.
Very frustrating.
Michael, that's not a question. I'm sure there's a question coming.
There's not a question. I like when people ask if they can ask a question and then don't ask a question.
When will be the next critique session?
Next week?
Next week, Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Oh, yes. And for those of you on YouTube, hit subscribe. And if you
Look at
like what you
subscribe.
like, push like. And if you have any questions, put them down in the comment bar, and either I or someone from Pixologic who is informed will answer your question. Your question.
And if your comment is just, that Tomas guy is real funny looking, that's fine. That
Yeah.
seems to be what most people say.
But if it's that Thomas person's a shill, I'm gonna
Well, that's also fine.
poke you in the eye.
We'll just have a list of people to ban.
That's fine. Make sure to leave your email if you do that. Please. That'll be really nice. That guy's a jerk. All right, so we've done all these.
Or yeah, any ones you haven't done, you have re-downloaded, so it's fine.
Okay, so now I'm going to come down here. I'm going to open you up. I'm going to go back here. And I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete you. And then we're going to unpack you. Yeah. You can UV before or after poly paint and even change the UVs.
Hours ago. I mean, hours ago.
Woo. All right, now we're all the way back down to the bottom. But now the second I turn this off, it's not going to update. Okay. We're going, well, let's make sure they're in here. Okay, they're in there. And now I'm going to delete you, only because I only have so much space on my C drive. Oop. Okay. Who is it?
Shubham. Shubham Gupta.
One gigabyte.
Yeah, I'm surprised that that's the biggest file we've had all night.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Considering usually someone gives me like a 6 gigabyte ball, you know.
This one.
Cat's really good at that one. Here I have this ball, 6 gigabytes later. Excuse me. That's interesting. I'm really confused at where the hiding bodies are. No, I'm totally kidding. I understand. I'm just... It's getting late. I'm kidding. Only thing I would say is your shoulders might be out too far. But I get it. Superhero proportions and all that. But still, maybe out a little too far. And that also, ooh, come on. What did I hit? No goodness. Okay. You know, he can still be very bulky, but it shouldn't separate his shoulders from the torso. Your big cats are hysterical. They're wonderful. I like this guy. Hey. When you do the seams in the super suit, remember they're seams. So you want to be careful about laying the texture over it where the texture goes over the seam. Does that make sense? You want to make sure that your texture, is this live noise? Where's the surface? No, okay. So noise is not active. Boop. We're gonna turn that
Hey,
back.
reference image in Discord. FYI.
Yeah. Nice. So here, see, actually this is good. If you notice, the lats are all out here, but look at where his shoulder is. His shoulder's here and down. Oops. You know, his shoulder is still pretty even with the hips. And he's very broad. The pecs are coming out and over, but the arm, you know, if you look at the head, from chin over, the head, it's really about one head length wide, right? Where if we come down here, you see what I mean? The shoulder joints out here. And I don't think it's, like, these aren't big adjustments. And it's funny, a lot of people have been doing this. It really, mesh has different mesh. I have layers and stuff in these things. We all do want those things. That's not what I wanted to do. Bake all. I mean, we're not talking about huge changes here. And I'm just using move, so don't. That's not where the shoulder goes. Hold on. Question is, come on, undo. Wow, I'm a tippy tappy a lot, don't I? It was like, it should be like 3 moves. It's like 30. Lower res. Do you have a bunch of lower res? Oh, good on you. Good on you. So, you know, your hip. It's a little squirrely. But you know, it's just bringing that stuff in a little. Let's look at your drawing. You see what I mean? How far that lat is coming behind that arm. And see, if you look at your silhouette here, right? And then now let's look at this silhouette. Hold on. Come on, open original. You can, oh.
Look in your browser and see
Yeah,
if you open 12 tabs of it.
I did. I opened it at least 4
Okay.
times. I love how I get button happy and then it's totally the wrong place. But see how far out the pec is coming in? And the shoulder, it's riding under the shoulder, right? But this is still a straight line coming from that that point. You can see this is out, and look at how much. Look at the crossover there. But see how tight in. You know, his clavicle is still pretty darn tight. I mean, look at how close that space is. And then if we come back to ZBrush, where is ZBrush? There it is. Do you see how much farther spread out your shoulders are? So here, let's see your heads there, but look at how much farther out your shoulders are.
This is typically where we do the did they sculpt this in perspective test.
Oh. Nope. That didn't help at all. No, it's really common because when you start pushing the pecs, like, you know, that whole superhero sort of, but see how much farther the arm is up here on the lat compared to here. See how high up the arm is on the lat. So what happens is when you start getting into these heroic proportions, people spread that out, you get the lats huge and big and round, and then you kind of put the arms on the outside. And it's very common. I mean, don't feel bad about it. It's just a very, very common thing. I think we've had 3 people who had muscular people tonight and who did this. So this is a very common response to super muscular torsos. And right, it's and I know that I'm changing all that up, but do you see what I mean? You're not, I mean, there's a lot more crossover when you have these heroic proportions. So come back in and get your hips and your shoulders sort of in line, right? Because your silhouette should be there. Because let's just put it this way. If you do your clavicle and your clavicle's too long, your arm's in the wrong place, right? Clavicle's not a super long bone. So I think the only big drama is, once again, your arms are displaced out and over. You're not getting enough crossover there or here. Right, if you look at that image, it's coming over that lat. And your pec is doing the crossover. I know, I moved this all over the place, sorry. And I've totally broken that arm. I really mangled that arm, sorry. All right, I'm not even going to pretend to try to fix that. I mean, from the back, look at how far down that shoulder is, right? And then that should cross it up. That is live noise. Oh no, maybe it's not. Clavicle. That's your length. So get those arms into place. The pec actually will just come over more. You get more crossover in your lat. I mangled that arm. Ignore it. So when you come in here and you have these patterns, I like to take like orb cracks, turn it down really low and get it very big. And you want to make sure that that pattern does not cross over that hole, because there's not a tailor in the world that is going to match that up perfectly every time. And so get your crack in and you come in with pinch, make it big and just do it soft, and then just pinch those edges together just a touch. And you see how the patterns look pretty darn close, but because you pinched them, they've changed a little in there. And it just looks a little bit more like it's been stitched together, as opposed to, oh, here, look, I laid a pattern over these. So you may want to put your texture in before you cut your seam lines. Because even here, see how all of these go into the seams? And that's no. Pinch. But do you see how by breaking that up, see how even here you can see the pattern in the seam, where here you can no longer see the pattern in the seam? And it just makes it look like something that's been tailored and sewn together. You like your panthers are fun. And I'd probably cut the pattern in the face deeper. Or I don't know that I'd cut it deeper, but here's a place where layering can really help. And that is, let's come out to here. And because you homogenized everything with your texture, I think you want to be careful and come in and do punch layers out here. Because yet again, especially these costumes, you know, they're 3 to 5 millimeter neoprenes. Some of these suits are so hot, it's ridiculous. They make me laugh. You should have heard Val Kilmer. He was very, very unhappy about being in his bat suit all the time. Oh, he was not happy, ever. Don't just let don't just let it be seams that you cut in. Yeah, those Batman suits are torture. You're under huge lights, all these 10Ks, and you're wearing a 3 millimeter wetsuit. It's horrifying.
Sounds awful.
Oh, it's really good humor to watch, though. Why do people call me sadistic? I don't know. Because I'm willing to laugh at you in your bat suit. So whenever you're doing things like super suits or, I mean, combat wear or anything like that, think about how these things are constructed. And, you know, in these, it really is layers of neoprene and other thicky fabrics that have weird textures on them. And you see how that framing comes out and looks like the layers make a big difference. Now, the thing is because you've homogenized everything with this texture, it flattens everything out. So if I were doing this, I would probably mask things out and just run these at different patterns, because there is no way in the universe to get the patterns to match like this. So I would have sort of come in and I'm not taking too much care here. And let's let's go to standard. And let us go to drag. And let us go to a pattern. And we have our pattern. I know this isn't the right pattern. And then I'm just going to come in and drag these the same thing. But you'll notice that they don't match, right? And so, and these are very organic, and you can still see a separation of those patterns. Where if you have something that's very geometric, and see how this pattern is going up here and these are coming differently, so that reads differently. But if you just drag over and they're perfect, your brain goes, what's going on over there? So lay these out, mask them in, get different sections and mask them, and lay your pattern on the different panels separately and change the direction just a touch so they don't look like they're exactly the same. You know, like on the chest or something, you can have these going up, you have these going sideways and these going sideways, and you're giving like surface motion to something as opposed to just slapping one pattern on everything, and you kind of lose everything because it just homogenizes it. So think about doing these in layers instead of just cutting into the pattern, and mask and do your patterns. And see, like here, these are going in a different direction. We'll do that for the big swaths, not just the little ones. But all in all, it looks awesome. It's great sculpt. Looks good. All right, who next? I mean, see from back here, just look at how much more brow detail you get there just by making those layers.
Up next we have Arjun.
Very nice. Come on, you. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Pretty close. So here again, whenever you're trying to match a photo or match a design, I'm really weird about it. I really try to match the designs, and the one thing I will say that you really want to pay attention to is your negative space. And you're pretty darn good. Your head's crowded here. I mean, if you're looking at the bottom of her chin, you know, the shoulders at a slightly lower angle. And that gives the snake room to kind of come up over and be pointed down just a touch more. Like, see, we can see more of the top of the head here than here. We can see just a little bit more of that crack as that negative space goes. So we're missing the negative space here up under the chin. That's pretty close, mid-thigh. You get that. Get there. The feet are, the legs are crossing over a little bit more. Slightly more of a corpus represented. Yeah, you get the hip transition there. So you're pretty close. So I think that the only thing that you're missing here, I think your head might actually be a little bigger than illustrations. Well, maybe not. Here, let's make this bigger. Let's bring you over here. See-through. Yeah, you're pretty darn on. So it looks like your arm's too long, but it's not. It's more presentational. Your arm's more like this, where I think that her arm is more like this. So her elbow's coming back and in more, and that allows her hand to get down lower, and her elbow stays basically where it is. It's just dropping back. That's lowering that shoulder, which lets the snake come up and over a little more. And it changes the direction of the snake some. You get a little bit more activity down on the bottom there. And see how this is almost like a U, where if we look at the illustration, you're getting a little bit, see the difference in the angle there, and that's allowing this to come up and back around, and you're getting that little python pinch where, you know, the meat's rolling over, under, and it comes down more. So you're seeing a little bit more of the top of the head. Now I would say that that is the thinnest armpit in the universe. See how long that armpit is? This is something that will not translate out of a drawing and into 3 dimensions. And see how she has that foot crossover? Right, both her knees are bent a little and they're coming back. That's how you're getting that curve back behind. Yeah, interesting. Turn symmetry off. We don't want symmetry on. Let's make our brush a little bigger. How many polygon? That's 137. Move topological. Ain't gonna cut that. See, that's coming up. That's coming down. Yeah, you got a lot. That's like riding right against her back there. That's nudging up into her armpit. that roll down, back, down. So you're getting that negative space, and that allows that to kind of move up where you're getting the negative space there. That's going to tip the nose down some. So you're seeing the top of the head a bit more. Spreading out, got your space in the arm. So I think that if you just change that arm position, work a little bit more on the getting the snake in the right place. Right, so you're getting a little bit more of that kind of wrapping on itself as opposed to just the U, where it's kind of coming forward and then that's kind of coming under, and you're getting that Python pinch. Just get a wee bit more of a crossover here. Because I think this is a little bit more of a corpus reference. Right, bum, 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 bum. Snake. Bum, 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 bum. Right. And I know I trashed her shoulder there, but you know what I mean. And I think her neck is longer because in the graphic we have a big dent here. There's like this silhouette kind of comes down and then comes out, like there's this dip here. Let's look at that. I mean, if we look at where this is compared to there, that's there, and see how small that distance is. I think her neck's longer, so her head's hitting up here, and that gives us that elongation of the torso. And that also doesn't make this shoulder so cramped. Yeah. Yeah. So you have the illustration right here. How convenient. Draw. Project on mesh. And you're not projecting on mesh. Why?
Because it's not a floor.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
It's like a material applied to a plane.
Oh. Well, that's fascinating. Okay. So, just so you know, or you may know, and you just do it this way anyway, but draw, turn on floor, Get you on. We're gonna turn you off. You're on. I want C on. Boop. And then I want that to be, what are we at? Draw. Grid size 3 and 6. Let's do, so that's 12 and that's about that far. Let's do 20, no, that's 92. 20 and, no. 20, enter. 20, enter. How big does that make? Oh, that's huge. Hold on. Draw. Modifiers. Bind opacity. Frame opacity. There we go. All right. So that's about twice too much. So let's go to draw. Let's go tint. Nope, that's the wrong one. Wrong one. 10. 10. Okay, let's get everybody here. W. Boop. Turn on everybody. And we're gonna bring you down. Oh. Okay. And I'm just gonna take you to the center of the world, and I'm just gonna scale you up a little. Okay. And now we're going to go to draw. Front, back, map 1 is front, import, download, Pixologic script file, boom. Oh, that projectile. Yeah, see, stretching her neck up. Even though I moved her face so it all squished together there a little. It's funny, you can't use move with that on the... Oh, it wasn't center when I did that. Ah, what a drag. Alright. Get deal with it right now. Okay, we're going to turn that off. We're going to turn Gizmo off. And we're going to look at where everybody is. Turn floor on. So you can see that our arm is low here, but not by much. See, the snake's really low here. Your crotch and legs are in a pretty good spot. Your snake's a little off there. But the head, it's funny, when I stretch that head up, it is almost dead on. So your neck was too short. You can see here that that's the bottom of our arm. We can turn floor off. And we can raise that up just a touch. Turn floor on. Turn floor off. Move that up. And you can see that's a little bit closer to where the arm is. And the hand, whatever. And then we're going to come over here. I just rotated it a little too much. I'm going to cheat here and just sort of push it into place. Obviously, I'm mangling the arm some, but you get the idea, I think. And that brings the snake head. Oh, snake head's there. Oh yeah, can't use any of that. It's weird when you're projecting on gizmo and move doesn't work. Don't know why. Right, so snake head sort of sitting in her palm, coming up. So I think that if you actually put your image on the floor and because just that little adjustment that I did made her neck longer, that allows you to bring the arm up a little more, which is giving you the distance in the torso. That gives you the airspace in between the snake and the arm. Bring those two legs together a little. Futz with this shape, and that shape got a little distorted because you opened up a lot here. But just remember that these Q, come on, Q. Right, boom. Boom. But you're getting this cross over here. It's not just a U. And I would just turn everyone off. Get to your snake body. Where's your snake? There it is. Get your snake body. Turn everybody else off. Stop that. Turn your floor on. And you can see how sort of out of position the snake is. It's close down here, but you can really see your humps missing, and I'd get a lower resolution body so I could move topological and then squish it in and then come in here and clean this up some. I think that this is really blown out. I think this can get compressed and tighter. But all in all, I mean, you're damn close. It's just getting that tuning in. And I don't know, like if you're just using it as inspiration, you're doing something, that's fine. But when I try to copy, or not copy, when I try to build a part off of a design element, I get really weird about it being exact, because I always view that if I'm doing something where I'm, replicating an illustration, I think getting that view is so important. Do we have a Savage Scooter here?
Yeah, it's in your Dropbox.
I'll show you what I mean. That's a ZPR, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, in 2020 NAS polls.
Yeah, it's right here, actually.
Nice.
Savage Scooter. That had the graphic in it, didn't This is the
I think it
painted
was
version.
poly painted. I don't know that it has like a floor.
I think it
but
does.
It
I'm pretty
very
sure
well
it
might.
does. It should if it's that project. That was the last one, wasn't it?
That's probably the last one we're going to get to. It's certainly
Right, that's what I
not
mean.
the
It's
last
2
model we've
o'clock.
got.
Yeah. No. Okay, so this is is there draw map 1? Let's hide everybody.
Your floor is on the y-axis, not the z.
It must not have the map in here. Hold on. That's weird. You would think that the it says there's a map on. Nope, it didn't bring it in. Well, that's disappointing. Hold on. Okay, so this is, let's turn paint off. This is my model of 10/100ths piece called Savage Scooter. And let's do a quick image search. Okay. Let's do, it's fine. No. There. Okay, so that's the image. And see through.
Control plus will make it bigger in that browser if you just don't want it so small.
Where's plus?
Control plus on your keyboard.
I see what you're saying. So there are a few things in the illustration that don't work, right? Like the angles of some of the things are weird if you're trying to get it to work right. So there are differences, but the goal is to get it as close as you possibly can. And so I had to change this strap because it's floating. We had to change some of the angles on the feet. This is just a touch off. Here, it's probably just easier to do it this way. Turn paint on. Oh, stop it. Stop that. I hate it when it does that. Ugh, you cretinous jerk. Okay. Oh my god.
If you want to just open up Discord, and I put the picture there for you, so you can just click Open Original. It'll just be a normal JPEG without all the resizing.
It's so painful.
Yeah.
it's just so painful. Okay. So this is our image. Wait a minute. Where'd it go? Where's the original image?
Should be Chrome.
Okay, hold on. Cancel. Hide. Chrome. No, there you are. Ugh, goodness gracious. Oh, stop. Save image.
It's definitely past 2 a.m.
Okay, here we go. Now that's picture viewer, so I'm not going to get any of that dumb goofus. There we go. Here. So we hit you, and we hit you. So you can see that there are differences. But really, the goal is to really match it as close as you can. And I was a little upset because my jawline wasn't quite as square. There's a little bit more distance between the eye thing here. But when you're trying to get things to work in 3 dimensions, sometimes it's hard, you know. But, you know, you can see that this isn't coming out as far. And I think that this might just be rotated a touch more like that. I think this isn't perfectly square with my image. But, you know, your straps, trying to get the straps right. And in the final version, so this is the render version. The final version, this is touching the body, so that doesn't just snap off. These straps are touching the body. The chain, you can see the chain's laying flatter so it doesn't get in. But you really want to try to get your negative spaces, you know, to match up. And yeah, it's tricky because, you know, like this wheel is much more presentational, and if you try to get the angle of the wheel and the handle of the handlebars, like I made a real scooter and then I distorted it to make it look more like this. So it's just always fascinating trying to get something off of a graphic. But I think that it's important to try to get it dead on because, you know, you're trying to capture that other artist's vision, and I try to do it as close as possible. And when you try to match everything up, and sometimes, you know, especially in some of this stuff where, you know, you can draw an elbow and things like this, but when you try to get it where you're like, okay, does it look right from this side? You know, you're like, look at that goofy bastard, you know. It's just like, what? So it's like, oh, well, you know, it needs to be touching there, so it has to be lower and it has to be up higher. And, you know, oh, there's this weird angle, so, you know, it looks like it's just skewed over. So you have to make some weird decisions to try to get it to work right. So get in there and really try to get your negative spaces and stuff really tied to that image. Especially since that's such an iconic front shape and the graphic is really well tuned. So, yeah. All right. So for everyone on YouTube, if you hit subscribe, because that's really important. If you like what you're seeing, hit like. Go visit 1000's YouTube stuff. He's a really talented dude. I really like his work. We have an education platform. Come visit us. Look at what we're doing. I teach. It says ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, but in a lot of ways, it's really ZBrush for manufacturing. You're learning it through jewelry tools right now, but we're eventually going to spread into kind of making this kind of stuff and such. So it's a really great community. Join our Discard community. It's a lot of our students and people from this community. We're almost always there, and someone always has an answer or questions you have, and if we don't, we'll look it up and find it. If you don't own ZBrush, buy ZBrush. It's complete awesome sauce. They have ZBrush Core Mini, which is free. It's a free download if you want to just experiment. And then there's ZBrush Core, which is a reduced feature sort of intro version of ZBrush if you want to dig in. Henry started on ZBrush Core. And then, of course, ZBrush. It's fantastic. YouTube subscribe. Come to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop.
If you submitted a model and it didn't get seen tonight, Kevin, Rudy, Ben, Faisal, etc., we store those models, and the queue is ongoing. So Kevin will be first next Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Can you share how it was to work on Terminator 3? I had to drive to the Inland Empire and be on set at like 5:30. It was a horror show. No, it was fun. It's a fun crew. It was good. You know, we just built a lot of set pieces. You know. Yeah. It's like every other day in the film industry. Woohoo! Am I forgetting anything?
I'm certain you are, but I can't figure out what.
I'm certain I am too. All right. Well, that's okay.
Feel free to upload your models through the week. That link is open all the time. First come, first serve. By the time the stream starts, it might be too late already. So go ahead and upload.
There you go. Can it be categorized as hard surface? Well, some of the stuff I do is hard surface. Some of it isn't. You know, I mean, things that are machiny are hard surface, sort of, unless you're making them pillowy. Yeah. All right. So I will be back next week. It'll be another crit week. And yeah. Hit subscribe. Hit like. Post comments. Buy ZBrush. Come visit at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Just doing a recap. All right. Where is OBS? There it is. Wonderful. Everyone have a great week. I'll see you next Monday.
Bye.
Watch all our other awesome streamers.